Introducing the Brawl Stars Championship 2021. We're here to give you the latest scoop on the tournament, which comprises 8 seasons, each with 3 stages every month. Each season begins with the Championship Challenge, a global event where those who win 15 games before 3 losses advance to the next stage. The second stage of each season is the monthly qualifier, where players form organized teams and battle it out for points and glory within each region. And you guessed it, the third stage is the regional monthly final, where the top 8 teams from each qualifier play in broadcasted matches for even more points towards the World Finals. Now listen here, folks. Each region has allocated World Final slots. Here to help us take a regional tour is none other than our friend Spike. This year, we have 7 amazing regions competing in the tournament. Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Latin America, South. Mainland China. North America and Latin America, North. East Asia, Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and of course, Southeast and South Asia, Australia and New Zealand. Winners take home cash from a stash of over $1 million. We can't wait to see you there.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation, and welcome to the Mainland China August monthly finals. I'm ReddySet, that's Teddy. We got Arc waiting in the wings, and we have some amazing games waiting for you guys. Teddy, it's great to have you here. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm super excited about some more Brawl Stars action. Mainland China today, and the competition is still rather high here in the region as they are fighting for some of those spots to make it all the way to World Finals.
Yeah, well, they had to fight tooth and nail to get here. Let's take a look at our format. First, it came down to that championship challenge. Then they went on to the monthly finals, and now they're here in a top 8 single elimination bracket. And Teddy, we do have a best of 3 for the quarterfinals, but we're moving into a best of 5 format for those later stages.
Yeah, and then obviously the 2 brawler bans per team, blind bans as well, which means that they can also have some double bans. So a minimum of 2 bans up to 4 if they have picked 4 different brawlers. Yeah, I mean, you know, we've talked about the bans quite a bit this season, but they did change a lot of things. What can also change a lot of things, ReddySet, is the $1 million prize pool spread across the year.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to ban out those really powerful brawlers that can introduce an X factor into your games, as, like you said, $1 million prizing in this tournament. It's absolutely insane. These guys are, without a doubt, playing for the big bucks.
Yeah, no, they definitely are. I mean, it's life-changing money, and that's how impactful Brawl Stars can be in some of those people's lives. The region has been getting more and more competitive. Nova Esports has been really dominant, but have been really opening things up for the other contestants to, you know, take inspiration from them and raise the bar and the overall standards here in the mainland China scene. It's been getting better and better, and we have a couple of contestants here for the top 3. Nova Esports is qualified already for World's Finals at 574 points. Then TIG Origin and Trick of China, they're up there in a really good spot to qualify, but TIG did not make it to the monthly finals this month, which will open things up for Trick of China and maybe also ATM to get some more points. A couple of other teams still have a chance technically at qualifying, but it's looking very unlikely as they still have quite a gap to close. So we're mainly looking at that top 3, but still some possibilities could arise, especially, you know, with TIG not making it this month.
Yeah, we could see some upsets. And Teddy, I have some news for you. It actually is going to be TIG Origin taking that 8th seed for the day. Yeah, someone was not able to play due to their 3rd being unavailable today. So it's going to be TIG Origin versus Nova Esports for our first match of the day. And this is arguably even more exciting, as seeing these top 2 seeded teams facing off against each other. Of course, waiting later down the line, we got LCN versus TKE, Phenix versus Trick of China, and Toc Genius versus CJR. Any matchups that are particularly interesting to you, Teddy?
I mean, now suddenly I'm looking at that first one, ready, because TIG, that means they take 8 seeding, right? So they are going to be facing Nova Esports first, which we've seen in the last couple of months are extremely dominant, have been performing out of their minds for this entire year, even, you know, for the end of last year, which shows how much more experience they have than some other of those teams. I'm talking about today, Aspartam and OU. And they'll be facing TIG Gaming. That's Jason, YK, and Plushia. There's a lot of talent on both teams, but you gotta have to say that Nova Esports, you know, they have been performing better throughout the year. That's why they have 500 plus points at this point, and they are looking really, really hot this year. Factory Rush and Siege, Brawl plays in Hot Zone, and Kaboom Canyon and Heist will be the maps and modes for this matchup, opening up a couple of longer range fights here early on in this first one.
Yeah, and this is going to be amazing as far as a spectacle goes, because we're looking at a grand finals grade matchup starting us off here in the quarterfinals just for match number 1. It's going to be exhilarating, and like you said, it's going to be on Factory Rush, long range sniper battles. We're going to be kicking things off, as well as getting those bans out. Primo Stew and Buzz are going to be our bans today, and that does leave Bell open as well, which is going to be an important one for Factory Rush. What else are we feeling, Teddy? I think we can get some Piper action out here, maybe even some Colonel Ruffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Rico could also be an option for the lanes. It has become a really big staple in the EMEA meta. I don't know how much it is present here at mainland China, but I'm curious to see. That's what makes the different regions very interesting as well, is that we have some slight shifts in the meta that just add a little bit more variation and spice. But yeah, as you said, overall I feel like Stu is pretty much a must ban at this point. It's extremely strong. You can absolutely hyper carry with Stu, so just get it out of the mix. Buzz and Primo, also really strong brawlers, especially Primo. I feel like Buzz has been maybe a little bit more in some of those more recent regions, newer regions to the competitive scene, where it has been a bit of a problem to deal with, and I do like to ban it more than in some other regions where they have found more ways to deal with it. And that's, again, the regionalized metas, which do offer a lot more variety to the brawlers we can see. And here we go, Mortis to kick things off here on Jason, and I do really like seeing that Rico on both sides for the right lane, and that just works really, really well to get some nice bounces, get people out of those awkward angles you can have next to those stars on both the left and the right side. And this is going to be the first bot going to TIG.
You know what I'm kind of surprised not to see here is Leon, because Leon with the lollipop drop is really, really useful in terms of that sniper 1v1. We're not exactly going to see it. In fact, that first bot coming through is going to fall mostly to OU, which is going to open up the opportunities for TIG Origin to set up on defense here. Jason taking the role of a bolt collector, if you will, with this supreme mobility. OU is still actually going to be able to pick this one up, does get slowed down, and actually TIG Origin, they're not going to really be able to do much with that slow. It is going to be Nova Esports to take the lead on this push, and it's looking pretty likely that they'll get the second bot.
Yeah, Nova Esports have a pretty nice bolt count, actually. I think they should be about to get this second bot, but TIG have a couple of bolts in the bank, which can really go a long way, especially with Jason picking up that extra bolt. Is he able to bank it? He will. And that can really go a long way, extending that lead to 4 bolts for the final push, as this siege bot is getting melted down quite quickly, and that's what you have to expect if you are facing a Bell and a Rico. Once that bot is marked down, it's going to be taking so much damage, and it's already dealt with. Retake from YK on the right hand side, able to find today in that mirror matchup, but OU is there with the trade, and it seems like for some reason Aspertam is able to bully that Mortis with a Barley, which is not something we see every day, but he's been able to keep him away. Will go down now, but I think the damage is done just by buying some time and preventing Jason from causing too much harm anywhere else. Well, it's going to be Nova Esports to get the final bot. They're only behind by 5%, so if they even slightly deal any damage on that Ike, it's going to be GG's, and Aspertam is looking to do so. That super will connect. The bot already connected anyways, and that's going to be Nova Esports with the first game.
Yeah, there was virtually no way that TIG Origin could defend that, as they didn't have that Bell damage amplifier ready to go, and it was just unfortunate that they were not able to get that. I mean, a 5% differential there, that was pretty much no wiggle room at all. So hopefully TIG Origin, at least for their sake, are able to turn this around in the next game. I think the Mort was a good pick, especially considering that it was a mirror comp with the exception of the Mortis and Barley matchup, which should be a favorable one for Mortis, but that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not entirely sure how that works. Honestly, it does happen once in a while that you have a pretty big counter pick, and then just the skill difference between the two players, or just having outplays, can make the difference and try to, negate the effect of that counter. Now, it's still, I feel like they should have found more value out of that Mortis. They got the first bot, but I feel like that Barley should have gotten into way more trouble. And I think, with the right gadget as well, you can really cause some trouble against that Mortis. And I think he just never was able to get too close, that sticky syrup can really go a long way in, keeping the Mortis away, because if he dashes in, you can just fall back and he's going to use all his ammo just to catch up to you. But yeah, good stuff from Nova Esports in game 1. And as you mentioned in the previous game, we have the Leon coming up now on Aspartam, and he's going to take quite a bit of damage early on, has to be careful, as he does get pinched by Plusia. And that's already 2 kills in favor. No, never mind. Yeah, 1 kill on each side. But they focus very much on the right lane here, Nova Esports. So we are going to see that tie for the first bot, which is going to increase the volatility quite a bit coming into the later stages of this second game.
Yeah, seeing that Barley switched out for the Leon really does make me reconsider what exactly was the role of the Barley from Nova Esports in game number 1. Perhaps they recognize that TIG Origin is in fact not going to be running Lollipop Drop, and now they feel a little bit more comfortable running it themselves and not having to play the counter pick. Also, this is going to be way easier for Aspartame to defend versus Jason. Jason did go for today, but today shut it down just as soon as Mort was trying to get in there. Nova Esports, in fact, are not going to be getting this second siege, but honestly, this might be the optimal situation for them because they will be getting that final bot. There's almost no question about it. OU also has that damage amp ready to get that defense in. It is going to be a perfect defense from Nova Esports, so if TIG Origin are able to get a perfect defense, then we could see a tie game.
Yeah, in fact, I'm fairly certain that Nova Esports literally lost that siege bot on purpose because they wanted to come into the final bot with that advantage. And you could see it earlier on the right-hand side. Today had a bolt next to him, and he waited like 12 seconds before banking it, making sure he would bank it for the next bot rather than the second one. And this is going to be rather close in the end, but still in control of Nova Esports as they get this final bot. And 1% damage is all it takes for them to turn this game into one set.
Okay, and no damage amp is available to TIG Origin, and it's pretty much done right here. That is going to be a Nova Esports win for set number 1. I mean, once again, we find ourselves in this situation where TIG Origin is really at the mercy of the bot, and they just have no damage amp available on Bell, which is the worst possible position that you can be in, considering that really the whole point of picking Bell here is that you are going to have that damage amp available for defense. You can get a solo defense with Bell with the damage amp, and that just wasn't available. So hopefully TIG Origin are able to bring this back in the subsequent sets.
Yeah, I just want to praise the bolt economy as well once more from Nova Esports. Just making sure they kept those bolts for as late as possible really made a big difference as they were banked afterwards. And it just made sure they wouldn't tie that second bot or took it either. And instead, they went for the last one, which was the paying decision because, they had a perfect defense before that. And then you attack with level 11 siege bot, you can fully commit, and all you need is 1% damage. I mean, that's a must-win situation.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we see Nova showing why exactly they are just a cut above. Take a look at the stat comparison here between the two Ricos, and I mean, really narrow margins here, honestly, but Rico is such a powerful brawler. He's such an essential brawler as well, and even just a slight advantage in your Rico mechanics can net you a win on such a core brawler in the game right now.
Yeah, it's extremely strong on a lot of different maps. Battle plays probably not really one of them. Leon, that you mentioned earlier, has been really shining here. If you see the little spike kind of wall in that area, you can just get some very lovely lollipops. They are pretty annoying to deal with and can provide a lot of utility to your team. There's a lot of different brawlers that can work here as well. You could see that Bell mid coming true. Byron has been getting more and more traction as well around the center area as well, but usually more with those tankier brawlers like Primo, which is not going to be in the mix here. Still can be playable, just like many others, as Jesse could be a good example, or even Sprout, which can be so good at locking you into your spawn and removing access to your own zone or when I say your own zone, I mean, you know, to your opponent's zone, if that makes sense, in their side of the map, and, you know, really help you with that aggression. There's plenty more options as well. We'll see what they decide to go for, and we will see that Leon on both sides. Ember on the side of TIG, but we do have the Byron and Gene for Nova Esports. A Griff on Plusha, which is going to be quite interesting. And so far, I mean, considering how open that lane is, it can definitely do some good damage.
Yeah, and we see the Leon, as you said, from TIG Origin. That's going to be played by YK. He's a new addition to TIG Origin, formerly a member of Tiger Bro. So great to see YK starting for TIG Origin. TIG, they do have the lead in the game so far, but that could turn around depending on how Aspartame is able to hang on to this lane. There's the detonation with the piggy bank from PlusG, but he's not going to be able to lock things down. Nova Esports keep this lead. OU and Aspartame really going to town on PlusG. And Nova Esports keeping this lead, now crossing that 50% threshold. They could be bringing this to a match point unless TIG Origin can really unify and not let themselves get so staggered.
Yeah, I want to point out how well OU is playing so far, whether it's the heals that are on point or the damage he's been able to deal and the kills he's picked up. He's been all over the place, providing as much value as he could to his team, and doing a terrific job at it. That's why I love Byron so much, is because you can constantly do something, whether you're healing your teammates up, landing some nice shots, or opening things up with your super when your opponents are hiding behind a wall. There's so many possibilities, and Nova Esports exploiting it to the fullest. Today is going to miss the pool, but ultimately, it doesn't really change all that much. Jason basically saying GG's to Nova Esports with that pin. Moving on to match point now, and Nova Esports are still looking as good as ever.
They are looking very, very clean, and I mean, this has been a sweep so far. It's looking quite realistic that they just take down TIG Origin here. Take a look at some highlights from our last game, and also chew on this. If TIG Origin win this monthly final, then they will secure a world final spot, but unfortunately for them, that's looking a little bit unlikely, as they are having to face off against the one and only Nova right off the bat. Just look at the difference here. YK, we were excited to see him, but Aspartame, just an absolute shining star of Nova Esports, is shutting him down 4-0, and YK racking up 5 deaths to nothing. Ouch.
Yeah, and you know, it's a 70 difference in damage per second, but if you look at the entirety of the game, that's a lot of seconds, and that's a lot of damage that just Nova Esports were able to get extra. We are going to be seeing the Byron and the Gene now on the sides of TIG, but Nova Esports switching off a little bit and going for Tara instead. Not sure if it really is the better option here, but against the Leon, it can definitely work out, as you know, that gadget is just really strong with dealing with an invisible Leon. Can help you tank and can help you deal some extra damage as well if he's not careful. Push coming through now. Jason is going to be missing that super. It's going to cost him his life, and now Nova Esports were able to deal with that defense, moving upwards, slowly trying to invade and get into enemy territory.
That was a huge offense for TIG Origin, though they do have their percentage capped out as they cap their own point. A 4% difference max unless they start getting some capture on Nova's nearest point. Aspartame sets up over here on the right lane. Doesn't want to reveal his location to PlusG, but looks like it is going to happen sooner or later. PlusG just chipping him little by a little. Also has that pull ready to go, but you can't pull an unknown enemy, and that lollipop is definitely going to be a thorn in the side for TIG Origin. There's the pull, but Aspartame pops down the lollipop, and he is still invisible. He does still receive the heals from OU. It is a rough position for TIG Origin, but they are managing it actually pretty well. YK's invisible, healing up, but today picks up the kill, and Nova takes the lead.
All right, nice positioning here for Nova. they can fully commit to the right-hand side, and they know that TIG now is going to be forced to put all their resources into defense, which is not ideal because they already capped that zone. So even if Nova were to lose this fight, it still very much is progress towards their percentage bar, and I don't think there is any losing this fight or losing any fights, in fact, for Nova Esports, as they secure this game, set, and match, moving on to the semifinals and knocking TIG out early on. Wow, what a performance here from Nova, looking so strong here against one of the best seeded teams in the region.
Well, congratulations to Nova. They're heading on to the semifinals. Nova just doing Nova things. Unfortunately, yeah, that is going to deny TIG Origin that opportunity to qualify for the World Finals by winning this monthly final. So they're going to have to wait till next month. But up next, we got LCN versus TKE. Teddy, any info on these guys?
Well, looking at TKE, they have a decent amount of points, but not really enough yet to, ensure that they can qualify this year. And it's looking fairly unlikely. It's still possible, but it's going to be very hard. They do need to rely on TIG and Trick of China to perform very poorly for the remaining of the year, which is never something you really want, right? If you have to hope that some of your rivals do bad, it just shows that you're in a pretty dire situation, and there's a lot of stuff that is not under your control, and it's never how you want to be in esports. On the LCN side of things, this is their first monthly final, and honestly, we don't really know all that much about those guys just yet. This is going to be their first time on the show, and I mean, I just want to see what they have to show to us.
I can't wait to see what they have to show to us. Nova, they laid it all out there, but they're not done yet. We'll see them in the semifinals. LCN and TKE are up next, and yeah, this could be a standout performance from our newcomers to the monthly finals, so they had to earn their way here. We'll see if they were able to upset our competitors that have made a handful of appearances here at the monthly finals in the quarterfinals. Take a look at our players. It's Farming, CJR, and Heaven versus Secret, LGK, and XY.
Yeah, not the most familiar names, perhaps. CKE has been in the monthly finals a little bit more, as you mentioned, Reddy. So I don't know. Their experience can really go a long way, but I've noticed as well sometimes that the freshness you bring in by being a bit more of an up-and-comer team can also be quite significant, especially because you may not have scrimmed quite as much against those guys, and you may have some more secret comms and preferences that your opponents aren't quite aware of. But here is going to be the first map. Don't even think we need to show the name, because the minecart rails should be saying just about enough about which map this one is.
And Minecart Madness, emphasis on the madness. It is such a chaotic map. We're talking the only map with a positive KD. It is insane, some of the plays that minecart can make sometimes, and sometimes it does upset our players. Let's see what our bans have to say, though. It's going to be Sprout, Bell, Sandy, and Stu. Phew. Okay, so we do see the Stu ban, not from LCN, but from the side of TKE. Really some crucial bans here, but also we're forgetting some important brawlers like Gene that are definitely going to be making an entrance here.
Yeah, I think Primo could also be a possibility coming into a matchup like this. We saw a double ban, in fact, in our previous match. So that kind of gave a tone that, Primo and Buzz could be some of those brawlers that can really cause some chaos and harm. But they're both going to be playable here. Poco is also playable, so we could see some combinations of those brawlers. Many other options as well, obviously. But I do think the bans are fairly decent. It's just going to be about, seeing if they want to play that Primo, and if they do, how they're able to deal with it, because it can be a bit of a nightmare if it continuously keeps jumping on you and, just buys so much time for his teammates to shine. Stu out of the mix is, what's most important here for me, and I didn't really expect to see too much Primo on Minecart Madness, to be honest. I think later on we might see it a little bit more, but we are going to be seeing quite a different matchup here, to be honest. A Colt coming in as well for TKE, which is a fairly interesting choice on a map like Minecart Madness. But I don't see why not.
Yeah, I mean, speak of brawlers like Primo that jump on you, we do see only the Crow mirrored across this matchup, and it is an important brawler from LCN. It is going to be denying that heal to TKE. It is going to come down to whether LCN is consistently able to get that anti-heal and rack up those hits. There's the kill from XY. Heaven, unfortunately, not really able to land shots on XY, and XY is going to try and move in for the kill. He does get chipped down quite a bit and has to retreat with just 160 health. TKE pretty much tied up here. Secret picking up that 4th gem. LCN has easy access to the next one. A great kill there by Secret. LGK picks up the full clip, and Secret is going to be taking advantage of this minecart positioning. Didn't want to get too aggressive there. Just pick up as many gems as necessary. Lucky gem spawn there for number 10, and TKE are bringing it back with the win, possibly, for game number 1.
Yeah, it's looking extremely likely at this point. Pool, oh, LGK is able to tank it. Well played over there. That's, you know, good team communication. You need to make sure that in such a situation, you gotta tank those pulls. You know, you don't have any gems, you don't have anything to lose. Might as well just get pulled yourself and make sure that your gem carrier is safe. And it can really go a long way, even if you aren't playing, you know, in matchmaking or power league. Make sure you keep those little interactions into account. Don't even necessarily need to communicate it. It should be a reflex at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta tank for your teammates, right? They say take one for the team, and sometimes that means surrendering yourself to allow yourself to be pulled by the enemy. Take a look at the difference between these two Crows. I mean, this is super unfortunate from the side of LCN, as, well, 3 deaths, 0 kills, and we even saw there right at the end that, well, LCN, their Crow did suffer a death to the minecart, so we're going to add that to the tally of kills done by the minecart today. Hopefully for them, that is not going to happen to them in this next game, and rather it will happen to TKE, though I don't want to jinx it. It hopefully is going to be a nice, clean match here for game number 2.
All right, interesting comms all over the place. The Spike making its appearances for both teams on the left lane, and it is going to go much better for TKE, able to dodge those curveball shots a lot better. And Farming did manage to get 2 gems, which should, you know, kind of make sure that the gap isn't too wide gem-wise, as Secret is picking up his 3rd right now. We have the Amber versus Tara matchup on the right-hand side, as well as an 8-bit showing up here for LCN. Pretty much completely changing their comp, if I remember correctly. Not a single brawler returning, which is a bit of a drastic decision, perhaps.
It is a drastic decision. That is pretty much telling yourself, yeah, there was nothing good about that last comp that we ran. Nothing worked. And admittedly, there were some parts of LCN's last comp that worked, but yeah, they're not having any of it. In fact, they're going to be picking up the 8-bit at mid, which is not something that we see very often anymore. Hopefully for LCN, it works out here. Farming does get shut down pretty quickly by XI. His gems are taken. TKE is going to be bringing it back with the countdown once again.
Yeah, this is looking excellent for TKE, and I don't really see too much of a solution here for LCN. TKE to take the first set here against LCN. That's going to be a gem grab going their way, and so far a pretty flawless performance on their end, I have to say. Looking very dominant, looking very confident, and LCN, yeah, not really showing up to the level of play that TKE is putting ahead of them. That was the minecart, was a nice double tap on yeah, I don't even want to try to pronounce that name. Sidagio. Is that correct? I think it's as far as I'm gonna go.
Honestly, from someone who knows no Chinese at all, I would say that sounds right to me. But I'm not gonna chance it either, man. I mean, we got Heaven and LGK here. I can definitely pronounce that one. Look at that. there's a comparison between the two spikes, and once again, we find ourselves in a situation where it is complete domination by TKE in terms of this comparison from one brawler to the next. As we move into our next set, we could potentially see this once again. Minecart Madness does have that X Factor. Of course, we talk about the minecart, but our next map does not necessarily have that X Factor present.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if there was a minecart on Triple Dribble. That would have been a very nice twist. Although I think a lot of players would probably be very, very upset. But no minecart over here as we are moving on to Brawl, one of the more interesting maps in its layout, as it is not completely symmetrical, at least, you know, from both sides. You can see on the left-hand side a lot more open with one long line of walls. On the right-hand side, you have two little squares of boxes, meaning that, you know, off the spawn, you do have to rotate a little bit if necessary to go to the appropriate lane, which can gain some early advantages as well.
Yeah. I mean, Triple Dribble does introduce these interesting dynamics. You know, sometimes we see, right, the B is a common pick. Sometimes we see, I think, Tara around the left lane, and I would definitely anticipate that from either one of these teams. We've seen them play it so far, and it's entirely possible. Gene also could be played here, but something that we have consistently seen in this region is Byron, which is a real interesting one because Byron is... he can be played either as a DPS or he can be played as a healer, and it honestly seems like so far, there's no in-between at all. It's just one or the other. That's not going to be happening, though. It is going to be a tank gameplay from both sides, but it's just going to be BB from TKE. LCN, they're going to be going for the Poké Double Tanks. Farming is not going to be able to get the defense, though. XY walks it right in, and already a lead in set number 2 for TKE.
TKE is not messing around as... we should see a nice kill there, but look at that. XY, there's no stopping him. Farming again, twice in a row. Just, yeah, not really in a situation where he has the DPS to deal with those tanky brawlers. And TKE, they make it quick games here. Wow, that was very, very fast.
Yeah, taking no prisoners. Take that to the next level. XY just... as you said, they are not messing around. Watch this. XY sees an opportunity and threads the needle right through the defense and walks it all the way in. That's what happens when you overextend even just a little bit. Poké's not going to be able to form a very good backline versus these tanks. Yeah, XY not particularly standing out for his DPS nor his percentage of the team's damage. It's all about getting those brawl balls in the goal, right? That is the objective. Play the objective. You don't got to play for control if you see an opening to put that ball in. So with that, we are going to see TKE go to match point already.
Yeah, well, that was very, very fast so far. TKE looking fairly strong. I think LCN also a couple of blunder mistakes here and there, and it is to be expected, right? It's their first time at a monthly final. The nerves are going to be quite high, and so is the pressure. And you know, sometimes you are going to have, whether it's a miscomp, a misplay, or maybe underestimating, you know, some situations like here, the BB just running through the entire defense twice in a row. They're going to learn from it, and that's what matters the most ultimately. And we do see that B coming up now for TKE. First blood here in favor of LCN. Map going to be opened up quite a bit more with that Meteor, and Farming is going to be matching it as well. LGK thinks, well, maybe this is my time to try to tank it in, but didn't quite happen for him this time around. And we see, I would say, a bit of a better start here from LCN, but just as I say that, TKE are gonna get the team wipe, and that does change the dynamic quite a bit.
It does, and honestly, look at TKE here. I think this is a pretty good call to pick up the B. LGK is not going to be able to get it in, though, but we do see the complete team wipe from Secret and XY. That is going to be the first goal of this game for TKE, and this honestly, I think, was definitely a misplay from Farming, using that asteroid belt and breaking open those walls that were keeping him alive and keeping that goal protected from a long-range shot, most notably at the hands of XY in Secret. And already that is going to be LGK putting that one in the goal. TKE with the 4-0 sweep here in the quarterfinals.
All right, well, that was a convincing performance if I've ever seen one. TKE looking excellent so far today. Sharp and honestly just playing their game so far as well. Didn't really feel like they were challenged too much, just doing their own thing, you know, making sure that there would be no opportunities whatsoever for LCN, and they definitely did so. Not a chance, honestly. You know, in Brawl, there were maybe about 5 seconds out of the 2 matches where they had any sort of control. And Gem Grab, it was very one-sided as well. TKE just looking absolutely excellent overall. And, you know, some of those blunders like this where they just let him pass by and a bit of an overextension on the lanes. Gotta make sure that your Poco is not left alone in defense, because against a tank, it's just GG's.
It is GG's. Unfortunate there, but that is going to be the victory already. Take a look at Secret, mostly playing Byron here, and we talked about how Byron is a common pick here in this region, played either as a DPS or as a support. It could really be either one. He definitely fits the description, the job description. Y'all, we have, I believe, a fire fiesta that y'all should definitely be attending. So as we get prepared for our next match, Phenix versus Trick of China, a word from our sponsors.
Shake out those sombreros. It's the Fire Fiesta. Featuring Ember, the high flyer fire supplier for hire. Poco and Frank perform a brain-melting medley of the Sleepy Tune. And what's a show without a topless appearance from El Primo? But now, it'll set your fans on fire.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm still ReddySet, but now we got Ark. Great to have you, Ark. How are you feeling, man, after those first 2 quarterfinals?
Yeah, feeling good. Feeling quite energetic as well, considering it was up at 3 a.m. But yeah, super excited to see how everything goes today in this particular region. It's one that I do enjoy watching, and you know, it's great to see, you know, Nova Esports still absolutely dominating it as they are. But having said that, you know, it's a big day for Trick of China. If they can get a win today, they will qualify for Worlds. So much riding on things for them. Phenix are the first team that they've got to get through first, though.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket to see our upcoming matches. I mean, Phenix and Trick of China, that's what we got going on right now. But afterwards, Toc Genius versus CJR. 2 of these teams will be going head-to-head in the semifinals, and one of them will be advancing to face either Nova Esports or TKE. Though, Ark, honestly, I have a little bit of a hunch as to who they are going to be facing from the other side of the bracket, Nova. But anyway, moving right on along into Phenix versus Trick of China. Yeah, like you said, Trick of China, they win the finals today, and they are qualified for the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these 2 teams, on paper, if we look back at previous months, Phenix, things haven't really... Well, they've never made a semi-finals. I'm just going to come out and say it. It's their 4th appearance today. They're going to give everything they've got, but Goodnight White and Imp are going to do everything in their path to stop them. And Trick of China have been on a fantastic streak as of late, and have been really, you know, just expanding with the competition as things go. And I know they've gone from strength to strength, in my opinion.
Now, well, let's see how they played to their strengths on our first map. We got Ring of Fire. Up next is going to be Double Swoosh, and really it could all end there, but it all starts here. And we talk about the meta on this map. It's a Lu mid world in the well, absence of Bell, and we've already seen Bell banned out today, so I wouldn't rule out the Bell ban possibility at all, not even close. Also, Rico, a very strong lane here, and then we have other brawlers like Sandy, Amber, that are also possibilities here.
Yeah, I really like Amber. I always vouch for her in double swoosh. But at the moment, there's so many potential options to ban. Honestly, they are in. However, double Sandy, which I think it's fair to say is a pretty decent one at that. Spike as well is kind of a bit of an interesting one. Not necessarily think the strongest of brawlers for Ring of Fire, but I can see why it could be using double swoosh and also backyard. But that's pretty the only one stand out to me that's a bit like questionable. But Belle, I mean, that's a strong brawler. That no surprise is getting her out of the mix.
I have noticed that there is no Stu ban, so we are, going to be seeing Stu, no doubt. Though there is a particular brawler that is not banned, but you might have the opportunity to receive if you win this raffle. Y'all, we have a raffle incoming. You have the opportunity to win Evil Gene. So, in chat, enter hashtag Gene22 and your hashtag player tag for the chance to win one of 15 Evil Gene skins. Only one entry per person. Don't do it more than once. Otherwise, Ark and I will come to your house and we will steal all of your gems.
It's one of my favorite skins. I gotta say, I always rock this on my Gene. I think it'd be rude not to, for sure. And that is a pretty decent skin. Come on, like if you're gonna look at a skin and think what looks decent, you're gonna land on one of them, and Evil Gene is right up there for me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the coolest skins in the game. And I mean, when we were talking about this giveaway in particular, you also have the opportunity to unlock Gene if you don't have him already. So make sure you go ahead and enter as soon as possible. You only got a 10-minute window. And then, well, if you win, you'll receive Evil Gene in your inbox next week. So definitely keep your eyes peeled and make sure you enter your correct code. But as far as like the skin tier list goes, I think Evil Gene is absolutely up there at the top. Let's see if our players use Gene, or Evil Gene for that matter.
It's not like it this time around, but it is kind of funny because every time that we tend to do a raffle, that brawler gets banned at the exact same moment that we do. But not going to happen this time around. Double Steal on the left-hand side. And the Byron pick then for Phenix. The Tara as well, kind of being used quite frequently on Ring of Fire in both the East Asia and mainland China regions. Kind of interesting for me. Wouldn't be my go-to, but nonetheless, it's going to be pretty decent, especially on the mirror side of things. Byron doing work as well to keep everyone in the mix. Monsoon just contesting White, and I think once White gets his healing station down, that's going to be a difficult thing to shake with this particular comp. So it's a good job really in that way of things that Phenix have captured as much of the zone as they have early on, because 22% capture already is a lead.
Yeah, it's a nice lead for Phenix so far. Monsoon is going to deal some major damage to White here, and White is receiving some pretty poor healing from his turret, which would indicate that Monsoon is actually running Malaise here, which is going to be super damaging for Trick of China. Monsoon has that next super fired up as well, and Summit getting a little bit of healing from that healing shade. So now even more healing on the side of Phenix to keep them alive and healthy here at mid. Chinai gets hold, but Imp is not able to finish him off. Chinai still securing some control here, healing up with gas heal as well. Heals all the way around. Trick of China being shoved off the point a little bit, but they just don't seem to want to pack it up and leave quite yet. They take the lead, and Phenix is shoved off the point.
I really like, I've got to say, some of the awareness of Phenix. Monsoon there with a really clutch heal and keeping everything ticking over smoothly. It's a very close game. However, Trick of China starting to collect themselves a bit more, and it's always that first few moments where you got to get warmed up to the game, and that's I feel like what we're seeing at the moment. But now starting to gain back some of those capture points to make it 68% each. Now just creeping into the lead, but a missed super there from Imp. May have been going for the healing shade, but nonetheless always kind of good to get the most value that you can out of it. However, good mid control for Trick of China is bringing this lead into a very close point of being able to seal the deal here.
Yeah, there's pretty much no comeback for Phenix at this point. Trick of China, they take game number 1, and they establish the momentum for this match. Keep in mind, Trick of China, they really need to win this grand final to go ahead and lock in that World Finals spot. Though, this game was honestly pretty good for Phenix, too. He saw good stew plays and a good use of Melez from Byron as well. So, don't even discount Phenix here because they had very solid gameplay.
Yeah, I feel like the Malay star power is a great thing to have just in the event that you run into another Byron. It's one of those things which we tend to see across this region where it's such a common pick, but still one that baffles me in the fact that it's never really that much of a ban. But
yeah.
You see the comparison between both Summit and Imp. A bit more DPS on the side of Phenix there, with Summit on the 198. 3 deaths, however. But yeah, I feel like Trick of China there, very composed, very calm and collected in their approach. And, especially when you look at the beginning stages of how that game was playing out, I think Phenix, for me, had a bit of a decent start, but they weren't able to maintain it, and that was their problem.
Yeah, well, let's see how Phenix fares up against the mirror comp. It's not mirrored down the lanes, but it is mirrored composition-wise. Imp is going to actually be going for the counter here versus China, and we are going to see Summit advance up the right lane. See, Tara is a great counter to Stu as she's able to spawn all of these shades. Summit is not going to put him to work, though. Is going to try and get the value with that super, but is unable to do so. Trick of China now take back control of mid, and they are able to get the lead and capture as well. Unfortunately, they lost Byron just then, and actually, wow, great teamwork there as Goodnight is able to take advantage of that black portal to secure a kill. This is a great flank by Goodnight on the right side.
I love the aggressiveness of Goodnight there on the Stu pick, and again, we didn't see that much of it earlier today, man, in the East Asia region, rather, and it's great to see some of that coming out of the mix here. A good start for Trick of China, but this is kind of like, very reminiscent of last time round, where they weren't overly committed to going overly aggressive on the mid there, but nice black hole disconnects with White, but not enough to seal the deal. Monsoon all alone here, trying to capture the zone. Gets a nice important shot onto Goodnight, but the heals come in as well from White, and that's a lot of good momentum then for Trick of China. Again, very close, but Trick of China just seems to be a bit more in control for me.
Yeah, they do seem to be more in control for me as well. Goodnight just keeps on healing up with a combination of his super as well as White, just giving him so many heals here. Monsoon is now opting to go for a more DPS role, but he's not able to out damage the heals that White has. Great double pull there from Imp, and Goodnight finishes off Phenix. It is without a doubt a Trick of China win here for set number 1.
Convincing one of that. It's got to be said, Trick of China have always made a semi-finals. So if they were not to do so this month, especially what's on the line for them, it would be a huge upset. And they are starting things how I kind of expected they would again, considering that Phenix have never made a semi-finals. They've appeared for, this is their 4th appearance though, this month. So they've had plenty of practice at trying, but yeah, it wasn't to be for them in Hot Zone. They'll have a little bit more of a chance going into Double Swoosh and Gem Grab, but yeah, Trick of China have not missed a trick for me so far today.
Yeah, they have not missed a trick at all. Let's see what tricks they pull out in Double Swoosh for our next map. But first, let's kind of take a look back at set number 1. Keep in mind, these are pretty much the same brawlers that we are going to see in our upcoming map. And maybe we can draw some conclusions about what's going to happen in our following map from this one. I mean, for me, White absolutely more control there from as opposed to Monsoon there on the Byron, which we are probably going to see at mid here, and then we could see a Tara on the left lane, and Stu would absolutely be making an entrance as well. So yeah, Ark, I think we see the same brawlers once again on Double Swoosh.
Then you could well be right. potentially Amber as well. Depends on the strategies of the teams going in and how they feel about things. There's some options here available, but I do feel like you could well be right in the Byron mid with the event of a Sandy ban. You know, Gene, it could be a really decent mid here as well, as that's not actually banned in this instance, but it does seem like Byron is the flavor of the month over in mainland China and East Asia at the moment. We shall see. I really do like Tara on the lane side as well. Stu is always a good shout. But it can be outplayed. Ultimately, you know, Stu has a little bit less range, and if you do burn down a lot of that grass with Amber, you know, that really just leave you with nowhere to really maneuver. And you know, remember, guys, as well, you can still cheer for the team of your choice today. We'll be looking at some of the votes later on in the semi-final stage, but you know, send some love to the team of your choice with hashtag Phenix for Phenix and hashtag Trick of China for Trick of China. At the moment, though, I think that it'd be fair to say Phenix needs some love. They need your support to get them through this gem grab game mode, or they could be going home early.
Yeah, they could be going home. Also, you could be going home with an evil Gene skin. Only 1 minute left in the raffle. Make sure to use hashtag Gene22 and your hashtag player tag in chat. Just 1 minute left for your opportunity to get that epic skin. Ark is an advocate. I'm an advocate. But it does not appear that Trick of China or Phenix are advocates for Gene. He is not going to be played here. It is more or less the same comps that we saw, but no Byron. Though, Ark, I know you're definitely happy we see the Amber here from both teams.
Yeah, I really rate it. Yeah, I think actually, yeah, I completely forgot about Stu being a viable mid here, actually. Tara is always a good shout, but yeah, I think it's just, you know, after casting for the East Asia region ReddySet, you know, we saw Byron in every single game. It's kind of hard for us to adapt and remember that there are other options, but it's great to see that mainland China is reminding us of just how prominent Stu really is right now. 6 gems in the pocket for Phenix and a very aggressive play there from Quinai on the left-hand side here. And I wasn't too sure whether he's going to come out unscathed in that respect, but does seem to be doing a good job as a gem carrier. It is going to bring Stu into this kind of weird realm that we don't tend to often see him be in, having to play a bit more of a defensive role, but the dash is kind of really suited to being able to get out of those positions with Gasser Hill again, stay in the mix there, as we saw a lot of survivability for Phenix.
Yeah, and the raffle is now over. You can stop sending your player tags in chat. Keep in mind that if you do send them, then Ark and I will come to your house and we will steal your gems. That is not a promise, but it is a threat. So just remember that. But Phenix, they are holding on to 6 gems now. China really playing defensive here. Imp might be able to get the kill, and we do see the kill. Imp is able to start that countdown, and Trick of China run it back for a potential match point in our next game.
Summit has Black Hole, but he can't get anywhere near this at the moment. There's a great shutdown. White still being really firm and holding his own, but then Imp comes in with a fantastic double pickup. That's going to move Trick of China on to match point.
Yeah, and this is pretty much what we expected, right? Trick of China, they have never not made a semifinal, and they absolutely have their eyes set on the prize. Though, admittedly, Phenix was pulling out a great performance throughout this game. Just was a comeback by Trick of China as soon as Chinai got punished for continuing to play aggressive as Stu while holding onto the gems. And as you said, Ark, this is a weird position that we don't often see Stu put in. Goodnight did pick up a lot of gems, so we without a doubt saw a Trick of China being put in this weird Stu realm as well, but we don't often see Stu played defensively as a gem carrier who really thrives in those pure offensive situations.
Yeah, I've said it a couple of times before, but I guess in other regions it's just such a common go-to ban, and you know, often when that is the case, you just see Gene take the mantle already. But I do feel like Trick of China are playing just a little bit better. It is close, it must be said, and we saw that in Hot Zone as we did again in that last move. But just a little bit of, you know, dropping the ball every now and again from Phenix, and you know, it's a a very familiar situation for them, as again they've yet to kind of get to that semi-final stage in the grand final, despite their efforts. Now being faced with match point, definitely under the pressure, definitely got to pull out some tricks of their own, because at the moment they are all in the pocket of China.
Yeah, exactly. A trick of China. They got all kinds of tricks up their sleeve, evidently. And yeah, still, they're going to have to keep some of those tricks up their sleeve for the semifinals and potentially even the grand finals. So, Phenix, what are they going to do in response? Well, we got our match point coming up. Trick of China in a position of power here. Phenix only trying one new thing. They got Summit over here on the left lane on the Crow. Very interesting. I wonder exactly what role Summit is going to look to fulfill here.
I imagine going in for some damage when everyone is kind of weak and weary, but I'm not really convinced on the change myself. It's going to be something which I'm going to have to be convinced on. Slowing Toxin is going to connect with him, but not really much more than that. He'll stay in position and just heal up accordingly. And again, Trick of China just asserting their authority, breaking open a lot of the terrain, as from White will connect nicely as well with Monsoon, who goes down. And yeah, just no ability here to really contest the mid summit with some really important shots, actually, in a good juke. But again, that team support that has been there time and time again for Trick of China prevails.
Okay, well, let's see if China is able to make a difference over here. He does get that breakthrough, but good night with the breakthrough in response. Inf now occupying the right side of the map. Summit trying to push up in response. Of course, we are looking at Crow as sort of a way to deal with Amber here, but it's not going to be super successful. Goodnight picks up that 10th gem and actually picks up the 10th gem for himself. So now White is going to be able to sit up here. Goodnight doesn't retreat quite yet, though. Monsoon really feeling defeated. Looks like he is not going to be playing anymore. It is going to be a Trick of China 4-0 victory here in set number 2. And that is, I think, the third 4-0 victory that we have seen so far today. It goes to show that just some of the teams in this region are quite literally a cut above the rest of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, again, it wouldn't be a monthly final in the mainland China region without seeing a Trick of China at least in a semi-final. Now they're going to have a really, really good chance of making the grand final, and we've seen them in the grand final twice. They'd like to make it a third time today. And again, just to reiterate the importance of the fact that if they do win this monthly final, then they will be also securing themselves of a ticket to the World Finals in the process.
Yeah, and that would be a huge win for them, as they can kind of let out that deep breath and relax a little bit, let loose a little bit as they lock in that spot. Though they're gonna have to fight their way through Nova, and that is going to be an accomplishment in and of itself. Though first along the way, they've claimed that victory versus Phenix. Let's take a look at Goodnight in particular. Goodnight picked up the Stu here and really made it work. I mean, Stu is a brawler that we don't see a lot in competitive because, well, he's always banned out, and to see a spectacular Stu player is, well, it's a nice surprise because, well, why even practice Stu when you're never going to be able to play him in competitive because he's always banned out?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those brawlers that you can't underestimate. You've got to keep your guard up for, and I'm curious to see whether Toc Genius or CJR are going to ban it and just get it out of the mix before we even get going with this matchup. But yeah, some sort of teams that we have seen before. Toc Genius, I remember back in, I think it was March, making the semis, but that was really the only glimmer. I think other than that, they've only made the quarterfinals. CJR as well, looking to try to make a mark for themselves. I think it's fair to say that both of these two teams can't really make anything in terms of a World Finals appearance, but definitely could cause an upset along the way to various teams that could. And either way you look at it, it's great to get some good experience in early this year, as again, many teams are preparing for next year as well.
Yeah, start making a name for yourself to prepare yourself for next year's competitive season. Get a strong start, get some victories here, and I mean, just make a name for yourself, really, and get sponsored so that you can focus more on getting better at Brawl Stars and secure the bag next year. Because even though this year, as far as competitive Brawl Stars is coming to a close within the next couple months, next year is on the horizon. We're looking at absolutely Third and Lone versus Genio, Kirk, and Engine. So get ready for TG versus CJR.
Okay, well, it's the number 3 seed versus the number 6 seed, and you know, not necessarily too much on the line for these two teams again. You know, it's going to be more for bragging rights and the chance to cause a stir. And you know, I've got to say, it is a big chance to cause a stir today, because we've already seen Trick of China go through in that previous game. One of these two teams could be the team to make that upset happen. We'll be getting the teams banning their brawlers in very, very shortly. You know, kind of what are you expecting to see today, Reddy, in terms of brawler bans? We've seen a couple of ideas already floating around. That last game we saw double Sandy ban, and prior to that we saw some Stu out of the mix. But when Stu is in the mix, it definitely made a big difference. So I kind of wonder whether we're going to see that same brawler recur here, or whether both of these two teams want to eradicate it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if either of these teams have been paying close attention to our previous match, they're definitely going to be a bit nervous about the potential lack of a Stu ban on the opposite side. It is absolutely going to be impactful here on Safe Zone for set number 1. Breakthrough is instrumental in getting control on that right side if Stu is available, so it's going to have to be one that our players are ready for.
This thing, though, for me, is like looking at the map pool as well. I'm not too sure whether Stu's even that worth banning. I'm not sure. We are going to see a ban from Toc Genius, but you know, again, with Shooting Star not really catering towards its safe zone, yeah, it can do decently well. And some assembly, yeah, I can see it working there. Pam and Brock for CJR. Not too sure about that. I don't know. I mean, Pam is definitely in a much better place as a result of the Scrap Sucker, but Brock, I don't know. It's decent. I mean, it is a viable in safe zone. It actually is maybe not as crazy as we think, looking at the maps and modes.
Yeah, I mean, Pam, I do not see really being that viable on any of the maps here, but hey, maybe CJR just really don't like Pam and they don't want to play against her. And I mean, hey, that's what yeah, I mean, that's what my randoms do in Power League. They do not like Tick, and whether Tick is good or not on the map, they don't want to play against him. And honestly, I can't blame him. Pam is a little bit frustrating to play against at times, especially if she gets that turret set up in a tricky spot. But yeah, Byron being banned out, and Art, this is one that you're going to be happy about. We see him so much, and finally, he's no longer available.
I've been saying it all day, you know, when a brawler is being so prominently used, but yet kind of just sitting beneath that kind of like go-to meta ban idea, it just makes sense to cause a ruckus in kind of what the ideas are for the teams. And if it's something which they've been relying a lot on in their scrims and have devised their comps around it, whether or not it kind of is something which you've wanted to play yourselves, it can take your opponent out of their comfort zone. I think it's a really, really important thing to highlight when it comes to the bans and how important they are to do just that. And whether it's a ban that's based specifically around a map or a mode or the team that you're going to specifically face, I think you've got to consider a lot of those things in mind. With Safe Zone, though, I think it's definitely going to open up a lot of potential for brawlers like Bell to really get a ton of value down the mid. I will say it again, but I do love the recent comp of the Max, Poco, and BB, but I just don't know whether it's kind of translated across the regions yet for Safe Zone. But that is honestly very, very strong right now in other regions in terms of metas. Shooting Star, another thing that I would love to see banned more actually when we see Shooting Star is Nanny, because Nanny is such a game changer, and I think it's almost worth just banning that brawler for that one instance of that mode. It's going to come up. It's the second set, so regardless as to how things are going, it could be the thing that turns things around. However, we're going to see off the bat a Tick, a Sprout, Bell and Piper I kind of get, and obviously, Colt and Colette, but kind of interesting. I can't remember the last time I saw a Sprout and a Tick on Safe Zone, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a Sprout and a Tick on Safe Zone. I know we saw a Tick, or we saw a Sprout from Corey earlier in Brawl Masters, a completely different region in NA, but that's really the only Sprout that I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a Tick here, but hey, it is a welcome change. But take a look at the Brawlers. It's pretty much everything but the kitchen sink. Such an amazing assembly of brawlers here. We got Engine picking up the mid fight versus Third.
There it is, looking for that long-range damage versus Engine. He's not going to be able to get that last hit, though, unfortunately. Kirk, sneaking around the right side, has that super ready to go. He's going to be challenged by Lone, though. Is he going to be able to get the dodge as well? He's fighting a 1v2. He has to back away as Lone is locking down this lane on the right side.
Well, there's trouble inbound, and to be fair, it was a good attempt there from Engine, but regardless, Junior went down. He is the last man standing, does trigger the nest egg as well, and as a result of that, able to be an easy pick off. Just a 4% of damage dealt then by Toc Genius, and again, a team which back in March did make the semi-finals, knocked out in the quarterfinals back in July, just gone, and that was well, June was actually a better month for CJR. They made the semi-finals then, but did go out themselves last month in the quarterfinal stages. So both of these two teams are going to want to make improvements upon last month, as now TOC do advance on and get some decent damage. That's looking a lot better for me.
Yeah, that is looking a lot better. Great damage there from Lone. Kirk goes down. This is the opportunity for Lone to get a little bit more damage, but he's not going to take it. And oh man, Genio lets him slip through the cracks, and that gap is going to turn to a 25% differential. Great damage from Genio. He does fall, but he's able to get that next wall out in time. Engine with an aggressive super forward, unfortunately not able to contact that safe, and it is looking done here. Kirk is not going to be able to get onto that safe in time, unfortunately, and that is going to be TOC Genius to take game number 1.
Yeah, they look confident as well. Tick I can definitely see working here. Maybe it's not my go-to, but it does seem to make a bit more sense than the Sprout. Maybe, just to be able to shut down the lane, you can get some decent damage in, but you've really got to get to that point anyway. And this was the moment where TOC Genius really made it count, and just batting down the hatches really, and just kind of made some very aggressive plays here to go into position. Got a takedown, but nothing really more than that. And that's the thing that I honestly feel like CJR have got to focus a little bit more on in a game mode like Heist. Is just making sure that they are trying to maintain more of a control. I felt like their approach was way too aggressive, and more often than not kind of saw them going down before they were even able to get to a point of causing any damage.
Yeah, and I mean, also bringing it back to the compositions here, because I think that we saw like good individual brawlers, like brawlers that are individually strong, or can be really good on this map, but they just didn't work together very well. I mean, look at CJR, for instance. Think of all the times that the Sprout wall did provide good value for Sprout, but not for its compatriots. I mean, we're looking at Piper, who gets countered by Sprout's wall, and also Colette, who is denied a lot of damage as because of Sprout's wall. And then you have Tick and Colt on the same team, and Colt breaks down a wall that Tick needs in order to stay safe. And obviously TOC Genius and CJR both taking notes after that last game and switching it to comps that work a little bit more in unison. This is looking a lot better from both sides of the fight.
I was going to say, like, Rico would be a great choice to go to here, and so versatile at the moment, and already you can see there Kruk running that Robo Retreat star power and just maneuvering around these curveball attempts from Absolutely, and just getting hunkered down. He could use Bouncy Castle there, chose not to. Not quite sure why. It would have been an ideal time to do so, but nonetheless, maybe being a bit more reserveful. If he is even running the star power, the gadget rather, he maybe is not at the moment, though. A bit of a chance for TOC to push up, as Genio's pretty low here. If Absolutely can start to secure some shots, he's getting a lot of hassle and trouble from Kruk there in the mid, and struggling to do much about it.
All right, absolutely. Keeping up the defense here versus Genio. That life plan is not going to last very long, though. Genio does fall at the hands of third, combined with that bear trap. Kurt kind of trapped over here, does stay alive with the bouncy castle, though that mark seals his fate. And it's all down to Genio to slow down the advance of TOC Genius and establish the CJR defense. Now it's 3v2. Engine and Kirk got to keep up the defense. Engine is looking for the 1v1 versus Lone. He's trying to peek around the wall. Does get a great kill in combination with Genio. Lone now falls to Genio. Absolutely picks up the kill on Genio, but Engine manages to get him a little bit of damage on that safe and gets Absolutely in the same go. Kirk now has his sights set on that safe, but falls to third. And, well, with just 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to have to be a massive comeback for Toc Genius.
Well, they're in a good spot to do it, and Lone does connect with a nice super onto the safe. Kruk as well, very low, and Kerbal here should, very clutch bouncy castle there from Kruk to really put the pressure back onto Toc Junior, moving through the mid, jumps forward again, gets a kill on the way as well to come and support Engine. This is going to be a ton of damage raining down, and the base race is inbound, it seems, but surely CJR are about to bring this one back to level. A bit of a chance, however, in the final moments. Not enough time, however, and we're going to be tying this set up.
All tied up, and this is really the first match that we have seen be actually pretty well matched. Every other one has been a 4-0 sweep, so this is a very welcome change of pace. We've seen developments even just since the first game of this set. It seemed like an absolute, just an absolute tornado of brawlers. It was every other brawler that we would not expect to see on this map, and now we're getting a bit of a return to normalcy here. Take a look at the comparison between the two Colts alone. Oh my gosh, so much damage to the safe, but just wasn't really able to match Engine, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a very, very hefty amount and solid dealt damage onto the safe. I feel like we're going to see Colt again as well going into this next game. It makes absolute sense, to have something to be able to break through that wall. With Stu out of the mix, breakthrough's kind of ideal for doing just that. Brock as well would be another good brawler to break through those side lanes. So you kind of have to think that way and have something ready to hand. I think Piper and Bell, maybe I'm a bit biased towards Piper myself as a brawler, but I think the Bell's a safer pair of hands. You saw how the nest eggs did do a lot of work, but with the lack of control that seemed to be a bit more present in that game for Toc Genius, they're actually going to swap that out to a Nanny, which would have, again, I'm just going to reiterate, been a great band to have, because obviously they were going to play it here and had planned to, but also with Shooting Star up next. Look out for absolutely going to be using that warp portal gadget to be able to try to teleport behind the action here, and here it goes. We'll see how much damage is dealt the back of that. That should have probably been a TP there and a kill follow-up, but I guess maybe absolutely wants to go in with a bit more of a control-based attack, popping the return to sender just for safekeeping as well.
Yeah, this is interesting to see the Piper lane right off the bat, though Genio is going to be switching up to mid. He's going to have a tough time versus Absolutely, though on the way over, pops a shot over on the right lane, picks up a kill, and now turns his attention to Lone. Lone's in a rough position, does still manage to get a little bit of damage on Genio, breaks open the walls though, and this might even be better for Genio than for Lone. Absolutely, and Lone together pick up the kill, and there's the Nanny Super onto the safe. Does splash, even though Engine tried to tank it, and it is still going to be in favor of CJR, but it is a narrow lead.
Just kind of wondering whether the return to sender was an intentional gadget choice by Absolutely, to be fair. I mean, because normally you'd expect to see warp blast, but I don't know. I'm welcoming the change if it is, because I like the idea of being able to stay a little bit further back, but honestly, Warp Blast has so much potential to bring back the aggressiveness, and I feel like that may have been maybe the wrong gadget there, but either way you look at it, let's see how they can make it work as Junior goes in again on the aggressive, gets a kill for his troubles as well. I love the way he keeps doing this as the shots rain down from all angles. Engine, Kruk, everyone doing it there. Bit only 2,000 remain, and there goes the bouncy castle gadget on the left-hand side from Kruk just to stay in this position here. Surely he can seal the deal, but not quite. There it is. Gets the job done. CJR then will take the first set.
They really took body blocking to the next level, and you could see CJR, right? They're playing it patiently. Rico's just kind of sitting there, and he's like, I'm going to get body blocked, man. There's no reason to come out from behind this obstacle. The game comes to a complete halt as Toc Genius piles in front of him to get the defense. Nonetheless, a victory for CJR. Let's rewind some highlights. We saw one win go to Toc Genius, our first time seeing a 1-1 set in the quarterfinals so far, and it's going to be our last chance to see one of those as well. So savor the moment take a look though at game number 2. We saw CJR bring this one back. Kirk definitely getting loads of damage. We also saw Kirk get great value later on over here on the left lane. There was the super and the bouncy castles who truly came in clutch as well to keep him alive.
Yeah, I feel like, to be honest, you know, Mainland China have got a much better grasp on the meta than some of the other regions at the moment. I didn't actually realize that Kirk was female, which I'm presuming is from the avatar there.
Wow.
But yeah, great to see. I think we need more of that in the scene, to be completely honest. But yeah, you know, using Rico on safe zone is a great go-to here, and one that I think a lot of regions missed the trick for, and that's the reason why. But you know, just having a lot of control, being able to, like you rightly mentioned, there's a lot of body blocking going on that offensive, and you know, that's one thing that's great about Rico. You can just pierce through all of that. Shooting Star though is the map up next for Bounty, moving swiftly past safe zone, and a great chance for CJR to continue their streak.
And a good chance for CJR to continue the streak. This is when we could see Toc Genius finally find some value as well on that return to sender from Nanny. Nanny, it didn't work out too well on safe zone, but it will certainly be a go-to pick here on Shooting Star. And given that Toc Genius was able to pick up a game in set number 1 with their admittedly wacky comp choices, I think they still performed pretty well given the brawlers that they chose. And now with those brawlers being really good on this map and, you know, being the meta-defining brawlers on this map, I think they can realistically take this one and we might see a 1-1 match.
Yeah, I kind of wonder whether we might see any of Leon on Shooting Star. We've seen a couple of teams experimenting with it recently, just a little bit. You never know. I mean, Brock would have been a great thing to have just to eradicate Tick as an idea, but that's been banned out, of course. So I think we'll probably have that kind of staple diet of Piper, Tick, and the Nanny. But at the same time, you know, I think that we are really now getting towards the stage with Shooting Star where teams can start to experiment a bit more and start to take others by surprise. I do like, and haven't really seen that much of the Max Pam and Leon strategy. I think that can work quite well if you get a really good strong pinch, but we did see that Pam ban, of course, which was a bit of a weird one to see, but ultimately maybe, who knows, maybe that was the reason why.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a prevalent strategy here and we just haven't been exposed to it yet on Shooting Star. I mean, we haven't really seen Shooting Star so far, so we wouldn't exactly get the opportunity to figure that out for ourselves, but maybe we'll be able to see what a panless Shooting Star looks like, which, guys, spoiler alert, is every Shooting Star. It is going to be the mirror matchup here, Nanny, Tick, and Piper. Let's see who can play it better, who has better mechanics.
Okay, well, it's going to be a pretty slow start, as you'd expect, more or less, with this kind of comp, as really, ideally, the Nanny needs to be the first to get super to start to bring back some of the pressure. Junior very low, just to do a decent job of evading that on the left-hand side. Low now is the one to be low as well. Seems the Pipers are outstaying their welcome a little bit. Peep now coming in. Homemade Recipe does connect with absolutely, but the Peep does find third, and that will give 5 stars in favor with the blue star of CJR, who got off to a really aggressive start here.
Yeah, super aggressive, and they are going to continue to further that lead, or perhaps not. Toc Genius, they do get the kill with return to sender. Oh, but a bit of a misfire there on the Peep. Unfortunately, not going to find that value, or maybe that's exactly what Third wanted, as he is going to be able to farm up at that next super as well. This is remarkable. Toc Genius pick up yet another kill, and really the only differential here is the blue star, but only 40 seconds remain for them to take it.
Genie goes down at 7 stars now. That's going to be the lead to Toc Genius. The ticket coming in. That needs to be taken care of, and absolutely did pop as well. The last hurrah just in the event that Lone wasn't able to help out, but he did his shots really nicely. People will connect with Engine, but Engine stays in the mix. But now one coming in to be devastating. If it connects here, oh, that could have surely got the Lone, but it came back around, connected with Engine instead, but not enough. CJR needs to get another kill.
Now Toc Genius now retreating. They cannot go down here. Third stays alive. Genio tries to get something, but he's not quite able to. Toc Genius once again take game number 1. They are not gonna allow CJR to go to the match point so easily.
Again, we saw this in Heist. Have TOC Genius learned from this now? Have they been able to get a bit more of a spring in their step? Because we saw 2 consecutive wins in Heist from CJR, and in Bounty, it's one of those modes where you can potentially bring down the pace so much just to think things through a bit more, like make less quick decisions and just kind of focus on the control-based side of the game. But more stars in favor of Absolutely and the kills. Death's the same as Engine actually on the bottom there, but I don't know whether there's really that much that you can experiment with in terms of comps and shooting star at the moment. Again, Leon is not a bad shout and things along that line, but I don't know, it's a bit of a risk, and I feel like you've got to be really sure of what you kind of prepared going into a map like this. And with that Brock ban, I feel like that may have made a bit of a difference going in. I don't know, do you expect to see anything different this time around?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, TOC Genius, they played this pretty well. So, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They played it well, and even though there were a handful of blunders, they seem to have the mechanical advantage over CJR in this situation, and faced with any sort of X factor, whether it be Leon or whatnot, I still honestly have the confidence that TOC Genius will be able to bring home this win in set number 2, and we'll have a set number 3. But I mean, that's just my opinion, and maybe CJR will end up proving me wrong as we move into game number 2.
Well, I mean, time will tell, and whether the composure is there. Wow. Didn't expect this, gotta be honest. CJR with a really risky idea. Let's see whether they can make it work. Poco, Mortis, and El Primo on Shooting Star. I don't know, ReddySet. I don't know. I'm not sure about this one, to be completely honest.
Yeah, this is a real interesting one, especially because Night Witch Mortis, I don't think I've ever seen this skin in competitive, but hey, skin to win is entirely viable here in mainland China, where it seems that sometimes anything goes. It is the Poco and Tank and Mort on Shooting Star. It's not working so well so far. TOC Genius gradually backing up here. Third, really playing the safe game. There's a super in from Kirk. Kirk gets great value. The team wipe from CJR, and they bring it all the way back to the opposite side of the map.
Well, I mean, it's a high-risk, high-reward strategy, but if they can maintain this and keep the hills coming in, they're going to be forced back a little bit here. Actually, Croc is so low there. It does go down, and that will bring back a little bit of this deficit. This is not really where you want to be with this kind of comp, but now trying to scoot around this. Junior doing a good job, actually, of bringing this back. Look at this. The in goes to Primo, does. Oh, actually, the peep did not connect there. I think it was supposed to. This is pretty decent, I'm not gonna lie. What a amazing spawn wipe. 17 stars now to 9 for CJR. This is looking good. It's actually looking good.
Yeah, it is actually looking really good. In fact, they could be bringing this to the match point. They are pressuring TOC Genius all the way back. Ooh, and Genio is going to go for the team kill all alone. Wow, is Engine going to be able to escape here? It's like mission impossible, and he is actually going to get that heal off, and he turns right back around, 1,500 health, and they get the 30 stars in Shooting Star. That is probably the highest score that I've ever seen in competitive on Shooting Star.
I'll take it back. I mean, it worked out pretty well for the most part. I mean, if you're able to just keep composure, keep juking the shots, and keep that pressure on, the pinch was there, honestly. You just see the Engine able to come out with 7 stars as a Poco. It was, I guess, something that I didn't expect to see, and therefore something which TOC Genius didn't expect to see either, and what a great time to pull it.
Yeah, what a great time to pull it, too. Take a look at Engine. Man, 8 kills, 1 death. That is how you do it. 20 stars? Are you kidding me? Insane stuff here. Though, that was a surprise comp there from CJR. I wonder if they're gonna bring out the same thing once again. I mean, it was pretty effective versus TOC Genius there, so I wouldn't be shocked to see it once again. Though, you know, TOC Genius, they really got to try anything and everything here as they are staring a match point right in the face. And this would be their ticket to the semifinals should they advance on to set number 3 and claim the victory there. Otherwise, it is going to be their ticket to saying so long and having to qualify for the next monthly finals.
It's a really difficult position to find yourselves in if you're TOC Genius, because, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be, you know, do you prepare in the event that CJR are going to try that again? You know, do you try to cater your comp around the idea that it's going to be Poco, Mortis, and Primo again? I don't think you can really take that risk. I think you've got to go traditional again. And if CJR do want to play that comp again, it's clearly going to be one that's going to struggle if they're not able to keep that control of the mid and keep everyone at range. I don't know. It's a really good play. It's now shifted a great deal. You know, when we saw TOC Genius having that great start in Shooting Star, now it's a bit more hazy.
Is a little bit more hazy. I wonder what the choice is going to be from TOC Genius. Okay, we're just gonna pretend like that one never happened, I guess. CJR switching back to something way more normal. It's a double thrower plus the nanny. TOC Genius still playing the same thing. And they do get taken down by Genio to start things off, though they are hanging on to that blue star, and absolutely. So CJR get to play defense for this game. TOC Genius, they got to pick up a kill here. They just might. No. Tick Super's not going to find a target. Third, still trying to find value on the right side. There's the kill for TOC Genius, and CJR are now going to be forced to play offense.
He goes in, but not enough damage there. But the pickup there from Lone was spot on, giving him 4 stars above his head. Never Peep going out then. Third. Actually returned to sender, but returned to sender back and surviving just 40 HP, but then picked up again by Crook. I really feel at the moment like that TOC Genius have got to not get back into their spawn too prematurely. They've got to try to hold the mid control a little bit here. They've got the lead, so they don't want to find themselves losing it too quickly into this game and keep the control. That's a great pickup as well. 11 stars now to 5. Much better from TOC Genius.
Yep, and they maintain that lead. Genio and Engine are trying to find value around here on the right lane. Third is on very low health, and there's the kill by Genio. And this could be the beginning of the momentum that CJR needs going forward. TOC Genius, though, they are establishing the backline. Lone is hanging on to so many stars and is going to be the ideal target. There's the kill on the right lane from CJR, but Lone is nigh inaccessible. Genio needs this kill, but he falls at the hands of Lone. Third, not going to go down either. It is a TOC Genius victory here in set number 2. And they erase that match point off the record. It all comes down to set number 3.
Very important stuff there, just to stay in the mix, and taking away match point from CJR is going to sting, I feel, going into our third and final set. But yeah, it was a very smart play though in that previous game here with that Mortis, that Primo and Poco pick, and ironically, if CJR had taken that risk and played it twice, which again wouldn't be the go-to idea, I don't feel. I think that's a big risk to, you know, once you've shown your card, try and play that same one twice. You know, going back to the traditional comp, it just seemed like it catered more towards TOC Genius. They took the first game, they took the third game, and now we're going on to the third and final set.
All right, well, I think we got a good match in store for us. Who knew that the final quarterfinal would be the closest one, and, well, the only one, as I have said, to not be a complete 4-0 sweep. No one could have predicted this, but it is a hard-fought match from both sides. Let's take a look at the stat comparison between the Third and Kirk. 2 central players to both of these rosters, both on the nanny. Kirk definitely doing a good job of staying alive and, you know, of course, not losing those crucial stars. But when it comes to picking up the most stars, it absolutely goes to a TOC Genius. Y'all, we're heading into some assembly required for set number 3. It all ends here. This is the end of the line, and it's going to be some amazing tank gameplay as the players bob and weave through these tires.
Okay, wow. it comes down to this third and final set. One of these two teams is going to be going home early. One of them will be going off to face off later in the semifinals against China. So very much a lot on the line here. Again, both of these two teams can't really qualify for Worlds in any way, but they can definitely prevent or rather delay if China are going to fall to one of these two later on today. We're going to see how that one goes. But yeah, some assembly required up next. Plenty of brawlers to choose from here. I feel like Rico's got to be a must. I do love what Rico does on this particular map, but we've already seen the effectiveness of tanks as well, and Primo would not be a bad shout. I feel like, if you're going to go in with like the asteroid belt gadget and break open the map, then having something for that long range though as well is going to be advantageous, and try to combine the two ideas.
Yeah. I mean, breaking open those walls can be definitely advantageous for opening up opportunities for your team. Also, making it a little bit easier to deal with some of those throwers that are going to be playing control around the bolts. Let's see what the situation is. Okay, it is going to be a Mort v Mort here. It's complete pandemonium and chaos at mid. CJR is going to be able to equalize the bolt count here, but not before, or perhaps, never mind. It is going to be a tie, and the third is going to jump in and claim that. Bolt Genius not able to do much about it. Kurt over here looking to stun someone, but he's just not able to versus these super fast brawlers. Dynamite, I don't know if it's really going to work for these guys, unfortunately.
Okay, well, 5 bolts in the pocket of Toc Genius. Definitely going to be a really challenging defense, no matter what way you're looking at for CJR. If they can't gain something back here, I've got to feel like, Dynamite can stun. Sure, that's a really good placement, actually, to be fair. The Quirk and the bomb to follow up. Good place, I've got to say, but it's going to be defense either way you look at it. A level 11 bot coming in for Toc Genius. How is Mortis and Dynamite going to fare on the defense?
Yeah, well, I know for sure that Dyna is going to be a strong force on defense, but he's going to have to do something about Frank here. A stun on a Frank, followed by a lot of damage, would absolutely be able to deal with absolutely. Now, with the stun onto the Ike, and this could be the one push from Toc Genius. No, CJR, they're not going to let it happen, actually. And they're going to be able to return to mid to claim even more bolts. Absolutely getting in the way. There is the Sandstorm, though. Toc Genius are now fighting versus an unknown enemy. CJR are going to be getting this final siege, but they have to out-damage Toc Genius. With Dynamite on their side, it is not going to be a massive issue. Question is that bot going to be able to make it over to the enemy Ike radius?
Well, absolutely going in. Does not get the slam off. I thought he was going to. That's a really important connection. Now, what will this level 12 do as it advances on the safe? A throw over the head from third of the... Oh, is it going to be enough? I don't think it's going to be here. Third going to try to get something done. It's going to connect, though. I don't know. It's too close to call. It's not going to be enough. Surely not going to be enough. Oh, but it was close. Toc Genius just get the defense.
That was that was absolutely chaotic from start to finish. It was the picks, it was the gameplay, it was the final push as well. Seems like our expectations were subverted at every possible opportunity. Look at Kirk over here farming up those supers. He got 2 in a row, but it wasn't enough. Level 12 connects with the Ike, but even still, it wasn't enough to get that win for CJR. We now find ourselves at a Toc Genius match point. However, if CJR can get this next game, then, well, we are headed to a double match point in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, it'd be a huge thing for Toc Genius to get back on that side of things. Again, the last time was back in March since they made the semifinals. So it's been a long time. I mean, that was where we started. So full circle potentially here. CJR, got to make some changes. I felt like it was. And they are playing, and I do appreciate that they're playing a bit of a risky game. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But I think they've got to play it safer, actually, because if there's been a bit more range in their comp last time round, then that could have gone such a long way, really, into making some better defensive and offensive decisions. I don't know. I felt like there was so much tankiness going on with Toc Genius that a B or just something to really shred through that would have gone a long way.
Yeah, I think so too, and well, we'll see if our players are on the same page as we head into what could be our final game. Toc Genius sticking with the same comp, and ouch, they have introduced 2 brawlers that are countered by Mortis. Now Lone is going to pick up 1 bullet, and he's going to be able to get away from Genio. Third now actually backing up as well, though here's the tank counter from CJR. They have Griff coming out, and that super is absolutely devastating at close range versus tanks. There's that piggy bank to blow up even more obstacles. Alone gets stunned and gets CC'd by Genio, and Genio is able to pick up some bolts here. CJR with such a massive lead here for the second siege. Toc Genius, really their best hope here is to take that third and final siege, so they're going to have to protect themselves from a 1 push at the hands of CJR.
Well, in fairness, Croak is playing the Dynamite pick really well. I just don't know whether it's warranted. I mean, again, if it works, it works. I've always maintained that. But against the Mortis, it's going to be troublesome. And against a lot of these tanks, you have to really consecutively hit these shots. Engine's going to have to pick up a lot of the weight on that side of things. And that's a pretty decent amount of takedowns there for this push. It's going to be just Engine and Croak going in for this. Absolutely goes down. You see, this is what I mean. Croak is very adamant to continue playing this brawler, but when you're playing it like that and on point, why not? My goodness me, a big bomb goes out as well. It's almost... I'm eating my words. I'm eating my words as we are speaking. That is a really impressive Dynamite. I'm kind of conflicted because it shouldn't work. It did work. Great stuff.
That was absolutely great stuff right there, and yeah, now I'm a Dyna believer here. It took a moment for me to convert to Dynamikeism, if you will, but yeah, I'm a believer in the Dyna now. Just such this devastating force on the Ike when he's able to connect. Take a look at the final moments of the Ike as Lone really tried to make an impact, so did Third, but Kirk was able to get so much value here. Just unbelievable stuff. Take a look at Engine doing most of the team's damage, picking up most of the bullets. I mean, this is really the driving force behind the team, the team's engine, if you will, fully in action.
Wow, now things really are going to be interesting, especially with what everyone's running at the moment in terms of comp, and they seem to be kind of sticking by. But I'm just realizing the average DPS there, 438, and that is huge. That is, anything that's getting towards that 500 mark is really substantial. And for a tick, that's just a great display of control right there. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to assume that Croak's going to continue playing the Dynamite pick, despite there being a Mortis and all these tanks going on. It shouldn't work. Again, I think it's kind of funny, because I was literally saying in full sentence that it was not necessarily to my taste, and then I'm just eating my words. I don't know. This one can go genuinely either way, and I don't know. It's too closely matched.
It is too closely matched to call, and it's been just crazy from start to finish. And every single one of these sets, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it plays out. Same call from CJR. Toc Genius is switching things up with absolutely now switching off of that Frank and onto the Sandy. Best of luck to both teams. So far, it does appear to be going the way of CJR in terms of mid control. Toc Genius, though, they have swiped every single bolt here at mid. Kirk barely stays alive with 56 health. Third now goes for the aggro on Genio and is able to get good value, though there's not level 4. Kirk doesn't have that stun available. That bot is going to connect to the safe. Third just goes for it, I guess, and absolutely, and Lone are now alone without Primo to defend mid and keep the control.
Wow. Okay. I just love that we've got Dynamite just bullying Mortis and tanks right now. And the Griff pick still working out pretty well for the most part for CJR, but there's still plenty more time left to go. jump in from third, does get knocked back by the friend zoner, and Lone not. Oh, he does actually manage to pick it off, but goes down to the siege. Ike there, Cross can get two very important bolts as a level 8 coming in. No team support though, and that could be troublesome.
Absolutely does have a gadget ready to stun it, but it doesn't look like he is going to be using it. Third is going to be tanking most of it. Does throw down that sandstorm, but Kirk is connecting with the safe and dealing so much damage. I don't know if we'll see it. Do we see the one push? Kirk just needs one more shot, and that's it. CJR, they take the win here. They banned Pam, they banned Brock, and they have also banned Toc Genius from advancing on in the Mainland China monthly finals.
The dynamite can dream in Siege. I mean, if it works, it works. And they will progress then through to our semifinals to face off against Tricker China. That is really impressive. I cannot wait to see how they fare.
I cannot wait to see how they fare either. Let's get some amazing replays from this super close last quarter final. We saw CJR take a narrow victory here in Heist to start things off, and really I attribute it to Kirk over here just getting great value with the bouncy castles. But then Toc Genius, I mean, they brought a great performance here on Shooting Star. CJR though, they did have kind of a show-stopping comp here. It was the Mortis, the tank, and the Poco, but Toc Genius, they brought it back nonetheless.
Interesting as well, I had no idea, but this is actually the first time in Mainland China that a match has gone full max length games to the third of every set in both a best of 3 or a best of 5 matchup. That is really quite impressive. So quite literally then, undoubtedly uncontestable, the closest game that we've ever seen in this region.
Yeah, Kirk's definitely the MVP this game on Dynamite. And well, yeah, we are Dynamite believers now, you could say. It dealt so much damage to that. I came in clutch in just the right moments, and Dynamite is a really love it or hate it brawler, but I mean, without a doubt, put in the work here, even faced with some tough counters.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than looking down the barrel of a Mortis. Tanks, can be taken care of, but there was honestly so much skill in the way that, placing down the satchel charge onto the Ike to stun it and to keep cycling those supers whilst trying to evade so many hazards. I think it was honestly incredible to see.
It's incredible to see, and you know what else is incredible? Alex from Genius Gene. We're going to be moving over to the EECA region here to take a look at how Alex employs his grind guide.
Welcome back to Grind Guide, the series where we break down the tournament plays from the best pro players in Brawl Stars so you can absorb their strategies and apply them yourselves in-game. With just a few simple tips, we'll help broaden your skills and prepare you to take on the very best of the competition. Today we're touching down in the EECA region to take a look at one of the newer faces making a name for himself this year. Alex is a pro player for Genius Gene, formerly Craze Clan, an accomplished team who have won 2 monthly finals and are neck and neck with Navi on the leaderboard. Genius Gene narrowly missed out on a grand final win in July to Navi and are considered by many to be their closest competition this year. With only one World Finals qualification spot available in EECA, the race really is on to see which team will go all the way. With so much on the line, let's take a closer look at some of Alex's plays, which could very well make all the difference in their qualifying prospects this year. Tip number 1, keep composure. When the games are close and you're behind, every moment is crucial, and it's important to remain calm under the pressure. In EECA, Piper, Colette, and Colt is the staple diet for Safe Zone, and Alex is quite the gunslinger with Magnum Special. This star power is pretty much a necessity for Colt in order to contend with some of the longer-ranged brawlers, especially once you've opened up the map to reveal all 3 lanes. Just be mindful, as without slick boots, juking shots becomes more challenging, making you particularly vulnerable to brawlers like Piper. Stop Rob's HP is low. Alex is outnumbered and prioritizes pressure to the greatest threat first, before following up with a nasty takedown on Jason. As quickly as that, with some fantastic follow-up jukes and nice snipes from Rostislav, the window of opportunity is seized and the win is theirs. Tip number 2, early bird gets the worm. The meta is constantly evolving, and with so many new gadgets being introduced, it's essential for players to experiment quickly to gain a strategic edge. Alex clearly couldn't wait to get his hands on Bouncy Castle. This new gadget for Rico allows your next attack to heal you for 300 health for each bounce of a projectile. Notice how he prioritizes his personal healing over inflicting any damage to the Ike, before positioning himself perfectly to bounce his super off the back wall, ensuring maximum damage value from his star power of Super Bouncy. It helps secure a monstrous 87% damage off the back of a mere level 3 bot, and with further uses of Bouncy Castle, Alex pulls off a clean defense before going on the attack to help secure the win. Tip number 3. Hold lane, win the game. Taking the heat off your team leads to being able to successfully carry out the objective, and here Alex doesn't die once in his lane. Following a nice pinch, Alex moves up and wastes no time earning his super, strategically burning the bushes here to allow for both an advantageous position when on the aggressive, as well as information for his team should the opposition ever path through the void. The insurance policy pays off, and following some synergized supers from his teammates, there's nowhere to hide for Sam. The gem countdown begins and Alex goes on the hunt, securing 2 nice takedowns to neatly wrap up the game.
Well, that's gonna be it. Genius Gene to pick up set number 1, pretty convincingly, to be honest.
Will Alex and Genius Gene have what it takes to go all the way and make it to the World Finals? Be sure to tune in to the EECA region and follow Brawl Esports socials to keep up with all their tournament progress. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this has been Grind Guide. Welcome back, everybody, and I hope you are taking notes and getting some good tips. We're going to be quickly going into our next matchup of the day. Nova Esports, they have been unstoppable in this region, literally never been defeated in a monthly finals. So, you know, TKE today, it's fair to say I've got a big mountain to climb. Welcome back as well, Teddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. I mean, I was literally watching some amazing Dynamite plays until I got here, and you know, it was quite impressive, man. I was really impressed. Hoping to perhaps see some more of that later today, but for now, Nova Esports versus TKE. Yeah, I'm gonna be brutally honest with you. I feel like Nova is gonna be coming in as a pretty heavy favorite in this one. TKE still obviously stand a chance like anyone does in any esports match, but still, you can't help but, you know, feel like Nova Esports just have so much more experience and consistency going their way.
It's really hard to not want to vote towards the team that have been undefeated. That's fair to say. These two teams have actually faced off again. It was a long time back now. It was back in March, and it was in the semi-final. It was in the actual quarterfinals. Nova did win 2-0. So that's just to kind of keep on the back burner side of things. It's been a while since then. It must be said. That was a long, definitely feels like it was yesterday, but it's been a long way back in the past now. So I don't know. Again, Nova Esports, like you rightly say, so consistent, just continuously, you know, getting those monthly final wins coming in. However, you know, if you're just coming in to the stream, maybe you missed some of the games from earlier today. You know, we had Nova Esports versus TIG Origin as a big matchup to start things off, and obviously Nova then did get the win, and then also TKE against LCN then to meet in the semi-finals. Phenix did lose to Trick of China in a great spot at the moment. Toc Genius do go through as well to face off against them. So, you know, lots going on. Actually, I think Trick of China did lose, didn't they? It's been a very eventful day, nonetheless, and it's going to be even more so going forwards.
Yeah, I think maybe your brain was dynamite stunned for a couple of seconds there. But yeah, guys, we got some community predictions for you guys. So you guys can voice your own opinions and tell us who you think is going to make it all the way and win the monthly final, whether it's Trick of China, CJR, TKE, or Nova Esports. You guys spam that in chat and make sure you use the correct hashtag as well. Otherwise, it's not quite going to count.
Yeah, make sure that you're getting those spellings correct, and definitely feel like CJR and TKE may have a bit of an advantage here, as they have got fewer letters to remember to quote there. But nonetheless, again, I do feel like Nova Esports might have a little bit of an edge based on their past performances going on in this particular region. And again, you know, it's such an important day for them. If they do actually go on to win today's monthly final, they've already qualified for Worlds, remember, but they will then establish themselves with the #1 spot in terms of points for the region and will be undefeated in that respect. As if there were, you know, no other places to become undefeated. That would be one more to add to their many, many achievements. Hard Rock Mine, though, is our first map for Gem Grab, hitting things off against Nova Esports.
Yeah, some nice long-range dynamics around the center area on the lanes. It's quite bushy and a lot of opportunities over there for some nice Rico bounces or perhaps Sprout shots as well. A lovely map that has established itself really in the competitive scene. It's been here for what seems to be forever, to be honest. I don't remember a time where Hard Rock Mine was not a competitive map, but we got our bans coming through. Primo and Stu for Nova Esports, Sandy and Stu for TKE. I think it makes sense to see a Stu double ban. It's just that strong, and honestly, I am perfectly down with a Stu double ban. Primo and Sandy, good brawlers as well. We'll leave some brawlers open, such as perhaps Bell or Primo, as well as Buzz. So perhaps we can expect to see some of those guys pop in. And Primo is banned, so forget what I said about Primo. But Bell very much so stands.
Yeah, Bell, and you know, that's, you know, definitely could be a factor in Hard Rock Mine. Piper, you know, is a great brawler for a mid, but ultimately I feel like Gene's is a bit safer, can help a lot with the lamp blowout and that kind of thing. But you know, there's gonna be some options there. No split, maybe not so much for the Bell, but there's definitely some potential for her. Super Stadium as well. I feel like, you know, Stu is just a great brawler to have out of the way, and it's clearly one that in mainland China has received a lot of airplay recently. Primo definitely just seems to be one of those things across all the regions to eradicate, but we do have the community vote verdict coming in just a moment to see what the thoughts are in regards to you guys.
Well, first we got this game starting right now, and XY goes down to Aspartame really early on. Gonna be a great kill over there, and now a chance for Nova Esports to gain some nice early control, as they honestly are keeping TKE at spawn.
Well, again, it's kind of interesting to see the difference between the Bell and the Piper mid. Pretty much nailed that one. I do like the risk that Nova are taking here, to be completely honest, though. It could pay off if, you know, they're able to keep the control, but XY looking to shake that idea up. Oh, but look at that. Continuously at the same moment as the hit from Spartan, and the follow-up as well from the snipe from OU. Great display of domination there, and Nova are going to take 8 gems for their troubles.
OU at 9 gems now. A nice snipe onto Secret. Gonna pick up gem number 10. Jump back to safety. And now TKE need to try to interrupt that countdown from Nova Esports, but it's not a good position to be in, especially OU being able to utilize that bush with ambush and able to find quite a bit of value over there. That's gonna be Nova Esports to take game number 1. Honestly, very convincingly as well. And, you know, I feel like TKE performed very well in their quarterfinal. Nova Esports were just able to raise the bar and really just show them a whole new level of a challenge.
Yeah, this is the thing, that Nova have this tendency of just reminding people of why they are in the position that they are in, and so consistent. You know, a couple of mistakes there. We saw like the bouncy castle, pop of the gadget, and didn't serve to much after that, just the death. But ultimately, when you're able to just assert so much authority, it didn't even matter. It wasn't needed. It didn't come back around to haunt them in any way. 4 kills for OU and 0 distance, as you'd like to expect to see from a gem carrier such as Piper. You know, there's a lot of work to be done, and Nova off to a flying start.
Yeah, so far it looked pretty much flawless in that first game, to be honest. After a couple of seconds, Aspartam getting first kill on the left-hand side, opening things up, and they were able to capitalize on that opening to really see so much map control, keep TKE stuck in their spawn, and basically just have the entire map for themselves. And yeah, it's very impressive. We have a Mr. P showing up now on the XY. Not so sure how that's going to be faring against the likes of a Rico that today is still going to be sticking to. As honestly, I feel like Rico is just so much of a more superior pick.
Yeah, I think there's kind of aim towards the Piper really to kind of try to counter it, but ultimately, you know, you've then got to take the role of being mid, and that's not what XY is doing here. He's facing up against today on the right-hand side, so you're absolutely right. I don't see kind of what the strategy is here for TKE, what their thought process was outside of that, in all honesty. And again, the way that Nova are playing, it's so much control, so much domination. I think Leon here as well just goes to show that their awareness of the meta. I feel like that's something that we've noticed this year in general with Nova Esports. They've taken a lot of ideas, I feel, from you know, regions around Europe, and I think it's done them a lot of favors, as we're just seeing a great display this year from them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's still one of those things which, in a bit of a younger region for competitive Brawl Stars, it can go a really long way, you know, to have that international experience and just have enough research on an international basis and being able to take the best out of each region's meta, pack it together, and you have Nova Esports doing a terrific job. And it just gives them an edge in the first place, but then their raw talent and mechanics and levels of strategy are just superior as well, which makes them such a tough team to face here in the monthly finals of Mainland China. And TKE so far not going too well, as they will drop that first set.
Yeah, again, it's a very different story so far. It's still just the first set that we're getting through now, but you know, one that's really important to make a bit of a statement as you start things off. You know, it can sort of set the tone, and it's definitely been Nova Esports setting the tone today, and that tone is definitely in their favor at the moment as things are concerned. But still chances for TKE to step their game up, to maybe try to get ahead of Nova on some ideas, but just really difficult to see at the moment anything really of promise. It just feels like they're being a little bit outmatched. They're going to have to do something quickly, whatever way you look at it, to be able to start to contest this aggression. And we see there from Aspartam the 38% team damage, not obviously the gem carrier, but 4 kills, as running Leon is a great way to go on the aggressive.
Yeah, also impressive that he didn't go down once, right? Overall, just being really aggressive and being able to pull back after getting those kills. And that can go a really long way, because if it's a one-on-one trade, then you do lose a lot of control and a lot of possibilities, as your mid-hold is going to be a lot weaker. Super Stadium in Brawl is going to be up next, opening things up again for some of those long-range brawlers in the center, but also a little bit more cover on each lane. I'm not entirely sure what to expect coming into here. I feel like B has been pretty much a staple of the mid area, but at the same time, there's still so many other opportunities, such as Bell, which I think can really shine on a map like this.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see some B here. I think that she's a great choice. And speaking of choices, I'm curious to see what the community has in terms of their choices. Do they side with the fan favorites? It does seem to be 41% of you watching on YouTube and Twitch feel like Nova Esports are going to still continue to be victorious. But I think an honorable mention there for CJR on 36% as well.
I think that some of those dynamite plays may have convinced Brawl Star fans for this one, to be completely honest with you, Ark. But we'll see how it goes, as honestly CJR did impress me quite a bit earlier as well. We'll find out if they can match Nova Esports, you know, if they even get to face each other in the grand finals. We still got a bit until we get to there, but Nova Esports already looking like, you know, they're on their way to the finals. It's just a matter of time. unless TKE are able to put a stop to it, which so far, as you said, I feel like we haven't really seen enough signs of, contestants, as GemGrab was very passive on their end. They were very much stuck on their side of the map and pretty much just reacting to whatever Nova was doing, and their reaction for the most part was just dying.
Yeah, it seemed that way a little bit. I mean, Super Stadium, as a Brawl game mode, can cater towards both sides. I just feel like in this respect, Nova have already set that tone of aggression, and that's kind of only going to continue more so in their favor. Grip from both sides, and already the piggy bank going to break open the left-hand side, but I kind of feel like that's going to really serve to help out Secret more maybe than Aspartame, but let's see. I mean, they're both long-range brawlers and will thrive with the map being open. I do like the idea of seeing a bit more Griff. Colt as well for TKE can do a lot of shredding, but you've really got to be accurate with those shots, and I feel like today with the control might be able to win more of that side.
Yeah, Barley definitely getting countered here by how much the map is open already, but OU is just pushing forward, try to go for a bit of an ankle breaker, but it's not quite going to work out. XY though goes down, 2 versus 1. LGK is alone here to try to stop them. Today just playing with his food before eating it, and that's already go water arc.
And that says a lot of confidence for me in terms of what that message was, really. And I don't see why not. I mean, today, like you rightly say, thriving still off the back of a really open map, and have the sticky syrup mixed to hand, gonna simply just super that ball in. We're almost through the second set, especially if the next game is as quick as that. I mean, this could be, what should normally be a pretty long affair as best of 5 could definitely be very much the opposite if this continues.
Yeah, and I feel like TKE did their research, I don't think they randomly brought Colt in here hoping it would work. I think they knew that the Barley was coming on today, and they wanted to make sure the map was as open as possible to try to gain every single advantage they can, and yet Nova Esports still made it look easy. Yeah, that's quite a statement, I think, from Nova.
Yeah, high team damage, but it was a very quick game, must be said. Definitely not that much room for other people to get a word in, but 275 DPS, many kills though. That is the story of those stats. I mean, it's hard for me to want to root for the underdog here, just simply based on the fact that this is a team which have been undefeated all year. I mean, for them to really, be shown up in that respect, we've got to see something insane here from TKE. We're talking about some serious turnarounds, and Nova are bringing out the Frank, and I already like the way that today is thinking here, already bringing down the hammer, but is it going to be enough? I think it's Secret here could snatch the ball past the past the XY, and that's going to be an early goal.
Good plays from TKE, turning things around a little bit in this game. Still, it's a long way to go before they close out this game. A push, though, could be quite dangerous as XY wants to find a sneaky angle to try to score. Oh my god, it goes in!
Well, needed a sneaky angle, found it, got a sneaky goal. That was really great. Gotta say, having BB there made a world of difference for TKE. It's kind of funny that we're going through some really fast games of Brawl. First time round, it was Nova Esports that set the tone, and that time round it was TKE. But a really important game to win. It's got to be said, looking at the scoreline here, what that could mean for TKE is potentially huge. Nova Esports now have really got to focus on securing this next game, and the Frank pick, as much as I liked it, it was a bit too high risk, and the speed and maneuverability of the BB sufficed a little bit more.
Yeah, great stuff, honestly, from TKE. And you can see the BB only getting 1 kill in the end and still getting 50% damage. But honestly, it wasn't really about finding kills. It was about that pressure. And they mostly just got it from, being so aggressive with so much HP and having that cover to work with. Nothing to open the situation for Nova Esports. And honestly, I feel like the Frank was the biggest problem in their comp, especially, with how fast-paced that comp was from TKE. It's just so hard, you stand still when you're attacking. You're just a lot slower than the average brawler, not necessarily just in movement speed, but combining that with how much time you spend just standing still. And we do have an interesting comp here again from TKE, going for the Sprout mid, which is a very good counter against that B. So far, TKE has been doing their research. Problem is, OU always can't quite line up the shot. It's not going to go in, but still, it's a 2 versus 1. And Nova Esports, they're in a pretty decent spot, all things considered.
Yeah, I do like having that B. I think it's a great thing to have, especially with overtime and with BB there as well. It's going to come in handy. Let's see, though. I think Nova do need to get an early goal here. And it was a little bit of a miss from OU. The angle, I think, can be reached in that position there, but just requires just a little bit of tweaking, fine tweaking. Let's see now as the Honey Molasses do go down. It's going to be a really big nerf there to XY, but it's too quickly taken care of, in all fairness. Spartan there left alone, and it's going to be XY again as the sole survivor for TKE.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that Tara Super there. Didn't really find any value in the end, and Tara Super can be so important, but Nova Esports still standing. A nice wall from Secret going to be opening up a lot of control. Gadget to retrieve that wall, place it a bit differently and try to get that push going, but once again it's going to get stopped by Nova Esports. A nice charge shot from OU to connect onto Secret, going to be dealing quite a bit of damage and forcing him backwards.
Oh, Nova pushing through the ball. 45 seconds on the clock. And again, I do worry about TKE's comp going into overtime with OU running the B. They need to get an early goal here, really. And this could be the great chance to do so as the pressure really is on OU here as Spartan can't really come in to help this one out. I think this could be going in. It does. And that is going to be a huge sigh of relief being breathed out there for TKE. With 30 seconds left, they've just got to hold this control.
Yeah, great stuff from TKE. Nova Esports need to be quick here if they don't want to drop this set. They are moving forward and getting some decent damage across the board, but only about 12 seconds left. The goal is walled off, and I think that there are still other gadgets. Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Oh, the tower pool, can it make it happen? It does!
No way! That was insane from Nova. Just in the nick of time, Teddy.
Oh my god, I think TKE may have celebrated a bit early, because now it's going to be OU's time to shine with that B taking down XY now. Secret quite low HP, the tap comes through, and look at that. What a turnaround from Nova Esports, reminding who's on top here in the region. Oh my, I'm at a loss of words, Ark. That was truly incredible. What a clutch from Nova.
It ain't over till it's over. That's the moral of that story right there. Sprout can do so much to really batten down the hatches, but you gotta kind of consider every potential. I've got to say, leading up to that moment as well, there was so many amazing jukes. I think it was from today. I think he was playing the Tara in that game. I'll have to see from the replay. But leading up to that, you could see, as you mentioned right there in that moment, how important it was for Nova to really collect themselves very, very quickly in order to regain their composure. And boy, did they do just that.
That was truly incredible from Nova. And I do want to point out that TKE had an amazing performance here in Brawl. That has to be said as well. Credit where credit is due. Fact is, though, they did not manage to win that set. And I think that's going to be quite significant for their run here against Nova Esports, as that was their chance, and they still will have other chances. But it's such a big missed opportunity, and at this level of play, especially against Nova Esports, you need to take whatever they give you, and I feel like Brawl should have been going to TKE. Now Nova Esports doubling down on that set lead, and overall just looking incredible.
I'm so impressed, but you're right, that was the chance for TKE, and I don't know, they're going to have to now really be consistent if they're going to be able to turn this one around. That was an amazing opportunity for them to gain a set back, to try to get inside the minds of Nova just a little bit, and give them something to think about. But what a comeback going into split now. This could be the last mode of this particular matchup. If Nova keep playing like this, I kind of feel like they can do it.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for TKE. I think that morally as well, they are going to be crushed after that loss, right? I mean, it seemed like an unwinnable situation for Nova Esports. and they still managed to win, and that's kind of their story of this year, you know. Just even when it's the most dire situation, somehow they make it look easy. And what a way to do it. That was, wow. I'm still, honestly, I'm like seeing the replay in my head, and I'm still there like, holy, that actually happened.
Yeah, and that happened as well. 79% of everyone watching at home feels like this one could well be done and dusted already. Let's see. I like the search pick from Nova straight away. I think that today is going to have a load of fun on this right-hand side lane. Look at him go back to backing that one with so much HP on the side of TKE. I just feel like they've really left the window wide open, and the wolf is huffing and puffing and blowing the house down.
Yeah, what a start from Nova here in this game, and that wall is definitely going to be in Nova's favor. They got another one lined up, but look at that. XY going to be a bit more proactive this time around, going more aggressive. Bubble is going to be a complete miss, and XY should be falling eventually, maybe. Oh, well, he will. Oh, you takes him down, still has that wall to work with, and honestly, he could just gadget it back again, take full control of that left-hand side, and look at that. He's just chilling. Nothing TKE can do here.
I just feel like Nova are not only at the very top of their game, but I feel like TKE may have met their match today if things keep going this way. I mean, I just can't see how they wouldn't. Nova looks so just composed, focused, and just bringing out all the stops. Look at today having the time of his life in that matchup. And again, you know, I love Rico as one of my favorite brawlers. I'm totally biased, but I'm so pleased to be able to watch players just tear it up like that. It's so enjoyable to see, and it's definitely a guilty pleasure. Look at this, straight off the bat, just so many cycling.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And honestly, our Sprout is one of my favorite brawlers, and I feel like he got plenty of time to shine in that one game. Yeah, that was once again just a really good strategy from Nova. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, Ark.
517 DPS. Again, you know, anything even close to 500 is pretty exceptional. 52% team damage. Again, just by lining up so many of those shots, so much, HP on the Frank as well as the BB, and just today just shredded through the lot of it.
Yeah, so much value overall, and you know, that's how those guys pick those brawlers as well. They, you know, consider how much value they can bring and how much it can increase their odds of winning said games. And yeah, right now they are not messing around. TKE will be opening up that map. Don't even want to consider facing a Sprout again in such a situation with no destruction, but a Frank that couldn't ever get past that wall. So right now they will be playing that long-range game, but as per them was a nice TP, a nice double kill as well. And Nova Esports with control of both zone, honestly going to be capturing so many percentages just by having both zones at the same time.
Yeah, Carl is a bit of an oddball pick here for me. I guess the idea being is to try to break open as much of things as possible to try to, deflate today's ability to use the walls to his advantage, but it's not working. Nova are just so comfortable in their skin right now, and again, taking so many ideas from North America and areas of Europe to devise their comps that I think it's going so well into their favor. Only 10% now stands between them and a place in today's grand final, and surely there's no turning back. TKE are going to bite the dust. Thumbs up from OU, and Nova Esports continue on to the grand finals yet again.
My awards, what a performance this match from Nova Esports. Yeah, dude, I'm still very impressed and shocked by some of those plays we've had so far. That is gonna be one hell of a contestant for play of the day, let me tell you that much. I think TKE performed admirably well. I think that especially in Brawl, they were very aware of the comps that Nova would bring in, were able to counter them every single game, and yet they couldn't turn it around. And I think that is just a statement of how strong Nova is right now. TKE doing the homework, but that's not even enough to take down Nova.
I've got to be honest, I'm super looking forward to seeing Nova Esports at Worlds now. I mean, again, because a lot of their knowledge has come along such a long way this year of the meta, the maps, and all the little things and areas which they can utilize to their advantage. I think that a lot of regions should be worried this year about how they are faring because, yeah, they are bringing out all the stops. So, yeah, the big question is, this moment from today. Let's watch that. And the timing as well to ensure that one tile there was just enough space to seal the deal, and the quick follow-up as well to secure the goal. Great turnarounds, great moments, so many of them. Like you rightly say, Teddy, I think player of the day here today. Definitely on the cards for so many of these moments, actually. That was my favorite. I gotta say, I love that Brawl moment, but today, wrecking it as Rico, I loved it.
Yeah, great stuff from Nova overall. Just, yeah, dominating the competition. And TKE, they are going to have to do some more work before they try to come back next month. I was impressed by TKE's level, especially in Brawl. I did feel like they played that set really well. And honestly, if it wasn't for a couple seconds going wrong, it would have been a win for them. So just, you know, taking that into consideration, it is a team that I will definitely be keeping my eyes on moving forward in this season and maybe even next year. Nova Esports, though, on top as usual, and they are going to be one tricky opponent for either Trick of China, CJR. Pun wasn't even intended, but if it's there, might as well utilize it. And that leads us to our second semifinal arc.
Yeah, this is a really important one. It's got to be said. Again, you know, Trick of China, despite having, you know, a little bit lower of the vote than I would have liked to have seen, to be honest. I mean, they've been growing a lot in this competition, massively so. They've been very experienced with having some good results in grand finals as well. You know, not necessarily, you know, the ones that they would like to have seen, but just to make it there in itself is a huge feat. So I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, whether Goodnight, White, and Imp will be able to take on the might of Crook and that Dynamite.
Yeah, I am extremely curious about it as well. And CJR performed really well in their quarterfinal. It was a close match, but they managed to make it work, right? That's what matters in the end. A win is a win, and they'll be extra motivated to make it more convincing here as well against Trick of China. Canal Grande and Bounty, Ring of Fire in a Hot Zone, Triple Dribble, and Brawl, and the rest you guys will find out later. This is where we are going to be kicking things off, though. Canal Grande, one of the most controversial Bounty maps at the moment in the competitive scene. Can be really hard to hold on to that lead, especially if you get pinched in your spawn. A very bushy area in the middle, and obviously, you know, the emblematic canal in the middle.
Bans coming in thick and fast. Curious to see what we're going to have. Brock again as a ban. I'm not too against it. I just think there's probably maybe stronger options, but Stu is an important one for Trick of China, taking no chances, it seems, as well with that Sandy as well. I think those two bans are quite the common occurrence for mainland China today. Byron as well for CJR, and you know, we've seen a lot of Byron recently, and maybe coming back even more so over the past few months. So pretty decent bans. Just the Brock, it's a bit of a weird one, but not too weird. I mean, Canal Grande, I can see it kind of being decent in. I'm not too sure whether you'd see much else other than safe zone. So unless it's like kind of a long-term game plan there of CJR, what are your thoughts on the Brock?
I am secretly hoping that it is to prevent too much destruction, so that their dynamite can thrive, but that might be maybe, you know, overreading the situation a little bit. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, to be completely honest. On Ring of Fire, don't really expect to see a triple dribble, double swoosh, Canal Grande maybe, but yeah, overall, I think you're right. I mean, it is something that, you know, for the most part, safe zone is the only place where we would kind of expect it, and even then, it wouldn't even be a guarantee. However, we are going to see a first blood there already in favor of CJR, kicking things off with a nice 3-star lead early on as they find a blue star as well.
Ham is an interesting choice for me here, and I don't know, it could potentially work. I like the way the engine's able to utilize the tunneling, the funnel there onto Imp and apply pressure. Tick is always going to be good for control, but can be troublesome if, you know, backing your own spawn too much. White with a very important pull, gets rid of the cover as well, but the Sprout Wall goes down, and that's going to be absolute food for Engine, gobbling up that left-hand side there. Down goes the healing station as well as CJR get comfy.
Yeah, good stuff from CJR, leading by 5 stars now. Still a bit of time for Trick of China to make something out of this game, but positioning-wise, they are at a huge disadvantage. Not a lot of cover left on the left-hand side. White does have a little bit of cover, but overall, just those bushes provide so much information to be hidden from Trick of China, and that makes it really, really nice for CJR to try to hold on to that area. Crick alone on the right-hand side takes so much damage, doesn't quite go down just yet, and might just about survive here as White is on the hunt now, and no kills coming through just yet on the right side. And it did find Imp on the left-hand side, and look at that. Crick and Genius with some good teamwork, able to deal with White. 13-star lead, and pretty much no way of coming back here for Trick of China.
It'll be very hard. It's unusual to see Trick of China in this position, but I feel like the Mr. P combined with the tick, just kind of a bit of what I call a tickle comp. It's not going to really, do too much of a dent. It's going to require a lot of perseverance, and especially if you find yourselves back in the spawn for the majority of the game like they were, very difficult to really get much done. And that was a great Sprout Wall. You can see there the pinch was inbound, and Engine just picked up the pieces. Some changes needed for Trick of China here. For sure, I just felt like the comp wasn't quite on point and just didn't quite look as comfortable as they normally are.
No, yeah, definitely wasn't on point in my opinion. I don't know. I'm very still curious about that Pam pick. I feel like Pam is in a decent place right now, but I don't know if it's in a decent enough place that you would see it on Canal Grande, if you get what I mean. It's just a bit of an odd choice as well. Obviously, Trick of China are the ones that need to adjust the most here, as they dropped that first game already. And I feel like overall it was, really just a lack of DPS on their side. And that means they rely a lot on those gene pulls, which they didn't really get any, which kind of, removes the purpose of that comp. Because they needed those pulls. Otherwise, there's no way to find kills. Just really not enough damage, especially if they're bringing in tankier brawlers like Pam.
For me, I just didn't see why they were not running Colonel Ruffs with the, field promotion alongside Tick and Gene. And Gene's not banned here, so that's a really, really solid comp if that's the case. Or going with something with a bit more range, or just kind of maybe some tankiness as well. We see Rosa sometimes can thrive in this environment. Either way you look at it, Mr. P and Tick, it's just not going to be enough for me. Gene, like you rightly say as well, wasn't really getting that much value, but whether or not that's because, what are you going to do? Gene pull your way towards the Tick to finish them off with a Tick head? It just doesn't really kind of work like a good combination of brawlers for me. And I'm sure Trick is trying to know that. I'm sure they'll make some adaptations and some changes because, CGR had a great start. It's got to be said, and I feel like it's almost like a bit of an unexpected one, but CGR have been playing fantastically well. But again, Trick of China have been very consistent this year. They've always made a semi-finals.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can make it to a final today, as they keep facing CJR. Game number 2 coming up. Same comp from CJR. And we are going to see some pretty big difference in picks from Trick of China. They will be matching the Pam and the Tara, but bringing in the Barley instead of the Sprout. And it is going to be resulting in a 1-star lead in their favor this time around.
Well, it's kind of funny. We're just talking about Pam being, in a better place, but maybe not one of a winning place in Canal Grande of maps, but an idea that Trick of China seemed to feel worked out pretty well, and they struggled against Crick as well, just able to stay alive. They're on such low HP, and that would have been a pretty substantial number of stars heading their way over towards Trick of China, but as a result of that survivability not going to happen, right over the top of the last score. Oh, it's going to connect so well with Goodnight. The synergy of that play. Chef's kiss for me.
That was absolutely beautiful from Goodnight. And now they have a 5-star lead, really turning things around. Engine is low HP, should be going down here surely. Doesn't get quite spotted there, and he's gonna dodge that shot as well. Gets up close against White, and that's a free kill. What a play from Engine. Turning things around, a double kill, or Genio is the one to take this one, in fact. But the blue star gives the lead to CJR, and they will be taking back that lead. Have to be careful about those tower pulls. This time around, it's Crick that has his available. does get spotted in that bush. Good Night pushing up, gonna be getting pulled with all of his shadows, and he goes down to a nice shot from Genio, winding up that lead by 2 stars now in favor of CJR.
Big plays from White, getting that healing tonic down was so important there in the last call, just to keep everyone hunkered together, and Imp trying to capitalize on that, but the healing station goes down. A defensive Crick, though, in a very weak position on the left-hand side, and the shots there from White over the top do a ton of work, give the lead back over to Trick of China. 3 seconds remain, and what a time to bring the lead back into your favor.
Wow, Genio walled himself in with his teammates on the right-hand side at the end, thinking, all right, we got to wall this off, prevent them from coming through. But then he realized that they lost the lead and had to, attack. And then there was a wall in front of them. Obviously, in Bounty, it is much more likely that he was rocking the heal gadget as well, eating those bushes for breakfast. Problem is, if you can't remove the wall, then you're pretty much stuck there. And that's a bit of an unfortunate situation for CJR, but Trick of China capitalizing off it very nicely. What a double pull that was from Goodnight, though. Absolutely stealing the show here. And overall, I mean, much better from Trick of China. Seemed like the comp was working a lot better for them as well, although it did take the last couple of seconds for them to seal away that win.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to see, the comparison of the PAMs in the Canal Grande. I wonder whether we'll see either of these two teams trying it again. If we do, I'm looking for Engine to see whether he can continue that same performance with the 4 stars gained. A few more deaths, though, must be said, which, in Bounty is a factor. So, I don't know. I'm yet to be sold on it. I'm going to keep my eyes on it. As again, having that Scrap Sucker gadget introduced, it has made a bit of a difference to Pam. I think she is in a better place. I just don't know whether she's bounty worthy. But, bans can play a factor in that. And sometimes, you kind of have to whittle down to what you've got available still to you. I don't know. It's been a bit of a weird one, Teddy. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, to be honest. I feel like if you look at a brawler like Stu, for example, even though he shouldn't really be shining on Canal Grande or in Bounty in general, he will because he's that strong. I feel like Pam is just not really in that place, and I still don't understand 100% why we're seeing it in Bounty, but it is, the name of the game here, and we'll see how it turns out in game number 3, as both teams are extremely hungry for that first set win, and only one of them can get it.
Viewers are still siding with CJR. 73% of you guys watching again on Twitch and YouTube are cheering for them. And I mean, rightly so at the moment. They've had a great start, but can they seal the deal in this first set? As Trick of China have been adapting. They're bringing out the Jackie, which, I'm not too sold on, but again, I mean, it was an early pickup there from Imp, and clearly something which they were maybe anticipating here. I think it's actually Engine going to be running Mama's Squeeze as well, so that healing station will be causing damage, and Imp was showing some awareness to it, but the early lead and the blue star in favor of Trick of China.
Honestly, I do like the Jackie pick, especially since there's no destruction whatsoever except for the Tara pools, which is not like anything too massive to worry about, especially if it's on your team. So you can get some really nice positioning. Problem is, right now they are at a 3-star deficit, and that's going to make it a bit harder to come back, as in the open areas, the Jackie isn't quite going to thrive as much and going to get bullied back to spawn, and in fact to respawn as he goes down. Crick is able to survive off that pool with a good intervention from his teammates to help him out of that sticky situation, and CJR leading by 8 stars so far. A really solid position for them right now.
Well, if Trick of China can keep composure here enough as White goes in really on the aggressive, does get a takedown. There's a lot of stars there on that pickup. They need 7 more, though. It's going to take both Genio and Engine to go down, but it can be done, especially with Atari. If Goodnight can connect with that, but lacking Super, that's not a good place to be. All goes down. Imp forced to then use some of that healing to stay in the mix, but didn't use enough of it, really, for me. And that might have just sealed the deal. I think CJR now are in a fantastic spot to take this first set.
Yeah, I don't really see what can go wrong here for CJR, but Trick of China showed us in the previous game that it's not over until the last second. But it does seem like it's over now. Engine almost goes down, but that would not have been enough to take back that lead. And that's going to be CJR to take the first set. Good performance so far from them. Trick of China definitely showing them a bit of a challenge as well. Just not really maybe at the level we would expect from Trick of China, that usually was one of the really more dominant teams of the region.
I'm kind of surprised. I'm not gonna lie. I felt that Trick of China here, just having that experience to hand, and having been in grand finals before, and again, falling short to Nova Esports is not the worst of things. There's definitely worse ways to go out in a grand final to the team that have never lost one. I don't know. CJR are playing exceptionally well. They are really on a good path at the moment. It's still very early days in this series, but I don't know. I feel like looking at how they fared in the semi-final stages, the quarterfinal stages, playing at a very, very good position today. Just not too sure about some of the brawler picks at the moment, but again, it could be a very regionalized idea. As we now get through Bounty, that was a great moment there. Good Night just absolutely synergizing so well with White, and despite a lot of those moments, at the moment, Trick of China just not able to just go that extra mile.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an interesting set here, especially comp-wise. I feel like the Jackie was an original idea towards the end, especially with having no destruction. If, he could force those spam 1v1s and use that wall well as cover, he could really have found some value there. But once they lost the lead, it was just extremely hard to do anything, because you have to run in the open, reveal your position, and don't have that defensive advantage from the Jackie. So a bit of a missed opportunity there, and I think they should really have bet everything on getting that early lead so they could try to hold on to it with a solid hold of the mid. But that is in the past, as we are moving on to Ring of Fire, and this is going to be opening up a lot more range for those guys. Perhaps time to see some Bell action in the center, which I believe the Escape the Ban process did it, Art?
Yeah, it was Sandy Stu for Trick or China, Brook, and Byron for CJR. Yeah. So definitely an option. Byron being out of the mix would be, I feel, this region's go-to mid. So that's a really important ban as well. So Bell going to thrive there. I do love the Rico side lane here. I would very much like to see some more of that today. And, I think aside from that, maybe a Leon. I mean, we see a lot of that now occurring in regions of North America, Latin North, and Europe. I just kind of wonder whether it's trickled down enough to mainland China. We've seen a little bit of Leon, but I don't think we've seen that much of it on Ring of Fire today. That would be my go-to under the circumstances. Piper mid can be also pretty decent. I just feel like it's a little bit risky, especially with how important it is to regain control of the mid in Ring of Fire. If you're forced back and you're respawning in and you get that spawn trap really in, Piper is going to struggle to come back. So I just feel like Bell's a bit of a safer bet.
Yeah, no, I would definitely tend to agree. I think it also depends on personal preference, right? If you're more comfortable with Piper, maybe that's the better move, just because you're on a comfort pick. But we'll find out what they go for. Feel like Lou might be a bit of an interesting possibility here as well, and the type of brawler I wouldn't be surprised to see, but it's not going to make its appearance as it did it disappeared a little bit of the meta on just in general, to be fair. I'm not so sure how much we still see it in the mainland China region, but they used to pick it quite a bit, especially earlier on than some of the other regions. But look at that early control from CJR, going for Pam mid. A bit of an interesting choice, but I mean, they do seem to be liking that. Pam going to be getting marked though, and goes down, which honestly might be a better situation than surviving off with that mark.
Yeah, I feel like I would favor the Trick or China comp here massively. So I think the mark massively catered towards focusing the Pam as a continued target. At the moment, CJR are playing it very well though. I think getting down that left-hand side and pressurizing that position very early on gave a ton of value to CJR with that scoreline. Definitely still favoring them. At the moment, Trick or China haven't got enough control to get inside the zone, and that's going to go against them. They might be getting loads of kills. That's a very important kill from White, as I say that as well. But as quickly as that, Junior gets the pickup. It's this continued pressure being applied by CGR as they continue to get behind the action, and that is just giving them the edge.
Yeah, a good situation for CJR overall, although I wouldn't be surprised if so far Trick of China got more kills. Thing is, with the sustainability that Engine has around that mid area, even if he does go down, he stayed there for quite a while, and he can buy some time for his teammates to come back. And when he comes back, they are still there as well. So a good setup over there, a nice healing station from Engine as well. Will get taken out by Imp, a good slow to follow up. Genio going for the jump in onto White, but White is able to get that kill. Crook trying to find some sort of value before going down, and this is pretty much how it goes for Engineer as well. Needs to be careful, but will go down. Genio gonna get it past the 90% threshold, but they're very much just respawn, cycling their way into the zone here, CJR. And right now, they only need 7% more to secure this game.
Yeah, they can't miss any moments here. They've got to make sure to keep shutting these pushes down, because CJR are doing a fantastic job of just continuing to cycle their way in, and that's why they're on 97, almost going to get that percentage. The tankiness, the PAM, I don't think even with this continuation of assault between Imp and Goodnight is enough. CJR, despite having, for me, maybe not the ideal comp, are making it work, and making Trick of China have to work, and at the moment, it's not working.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple mistakes here and there. I think the traps from Goodnight on the Bell were a little bit too defensive, perhaps, especially considering the PAM doesn't really have a reason to push too much. If you look at their positioning, they're always on the top side of the zone, and all the traps were always on the bottom, which didn't really provide that much value, because in the end, most of them did not get triggered, or not in moments where they should, where they would really have mattered, especially for Bell, where hitting your shots is really important and not the easiest. I feel like those traps need to be a bit more aggressive, a bit more on point, and try to make sure to, you know, basically slow anyone down that tries to go for that zone. It's easier said than done, but I think a big asset from the PAM pick as well is that you really don't need to focus all that much on your aim. You can really just focus on juking and dodging as many shots as possible, because out of your spray, something will hit. And that's just an extra factor that you don't really have to take into account, which, you know, makes you focus a bit more on that dodging aspect, and can really go a long way here, which is what we saw coming from CJR.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Teddy, and I feel like it's been a while, but Luke could be a great counter to that. I mean, if you're able to have some area denial on that healing turret, you know, then what can it really do? That early game really did go the favor of CGR as a result of that, and they're going to bring out the B to try to counter that, and I think that's not a bad shout. I think Spike as well, in combination in particular, with that same area denial, is going to get to Spike, but the game went straight in, but that is in a great spot. The Mortis, though, is an interesting one, but look at how well Trick of China have come out of the gates this time round, and look a little bit more savvy to some of the strategy that we've seen in previous games of Ring of Fire from CJR.
Yeah, I think that CJR are getting very heavily outcomped here. It's going to be hard for the Least to make anything happen. A good plays from Goodnight on the right-hand side as well. And Genio, that's where he needs to focus on, you know? He needs to try to take down that M's up close, where she can't deal quite as much damage. But it's not really working out so far. And Trick of China are very much just vibing in that zone, not getting CGR to get anywhere close to it, and this is gonna be a quick game for Trick of China. That's the problem with the type of comp we saw from CJR. Is sure, it's gonna do right against some of the meta picks, but it is very, very much counterable, and I think Trick of China literally just showed us that.
Night and day difference, honestly, and a crucial time, because CGR are only one game away from taking 2 sets over of Trick of China. So if they can just continue the same idea, I mean, you gotta think now that CGR are going to switch something up, because of just how convincing that was this time around. I think Trick of China did exactly what they needed to do there. I think Ems wouldn't be necessarily the first brawler to my mind, but one that you just saw working out so well, in that 43% team damage for Goodnight, and the very high DPS for such a brawler, which kind of doesn't necessarily pack the biggest of punches as well. 4 kills, 0 deaths. Staying much more in the mix, and you know, for me, Trick of China that time around looks so much more in control.
Yeah, I think that much better comps overall, just better decisions, and it really worked out for them. Good for them. CJR, I don't think are going to be coming back with the same comp. I just don't see how that would work whatsoever, especially if Trick of China were to keep the comp they're playing right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see Trick of China with some subtle changes as well, maybe adapting a bit more and have something a little bit more versatile as well, as they themselves aren't too sure just yet if CJR want to be bringing that old comp back, and they definitely want to cover as much ground as possible and make sure they don't get hard countered by anyone. CJR, yeah, I feel like the comp was a bit too much there, but look at that. We still have the Pam mid, and White is going to be matching it now as well. Goodnight going quite aggressive from the get-go, and I feel like overall this is not too bad of a comp for CJR, but it's not working.
I think that TSC have got this pretty much spot on. I mean, getting that early mid control, White putting down the healing station and asserting themselves here and keeping the spike. I think they've covered all their bases, really. The bell was not working. I didn't feel at all for Trick China. They just weren't able to connect a lot of their shots. But with this, I feel like with Goodnight able to just pop his super at any moment in time to continue this pressure, this is a winning comp right here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I completely agree, Arik. I feel like CJR's comp might be a little bit better, in my opinion. I like Rico a lot more on the right side, and I feel like Sprout having that 3-shot potential against a Sprout should have been an easy matchup for Genio, but Trick of China made it work, and they made it one of their most convincing games. So GG's well played. Sometimes you get outcomes, or at least, debatably so, and you still make it look absolutely formidable. Trick of China playing really, really well here. And I think it was more the execution that was on point for them than the comp itself.
I mean, if it works, again, it works. And that was a very important comeback, honestly, in Hot Zone to be able to level up the sets. Very, very important stuff for Trick of China again, just to reiterate the importance of what this means for them. If they can get to the grand final today and go on to actually win that grand final, they will secure their place at the World Finals to join then Nova Esports, who have already been confirmed. But again, that's a little bit far away, but we are all tied up at a very crucial moment of this series, and you can just see how important it was to get a lot of these brawler comps right. A lot of variation and adaptations, more so than we'd normally expect to see in Ring of Fire there coming into play.
Yeah, solid stuff from Trick of China. An important game, as you mentioned, as now we are all tied up in sets. And not only, did they manage to tie things up, it's also, a way to prevent it being 2-0 for CJR, which would have been quite a devastating start for this semi-final for Trick of China. So nice comeback over here. We're going to be matching the competition, and now we move on to set 3 to see which team can stand out more.
Battle of the Palms between White and Engine. Kind of favored then White still a bit more. I mean, the 3 deaths really there. That's going to cause a problem, especially in a game like Hot Zone. Pam's a great brawler from this region to have really obtain that mid control, get the healing station down, and buy your time really. Again, I'll be looking out for other regions to see whether they adapt a similar approach, but Triple Dribble is going to be our next map for Brawl up next, and yeah, that's going to be a very, very different story. I kind of expect to see maybe some B and some Barley here. Barley definitely does seem to be, as it is in other regions, a very, very common pick here for obvious reasons. B mid, always good to have just for the event of an overtime situation, but there's options regardless as to what way you want to look at this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting too much spam here on Triple Dribble, but to be honest, I wouldn't have seen it coming in Bounty or Hot Zone either. So I'm ready to be surprised. Maybe this can be a time to see some dynamite action again. I feel like, this is one of the maps where it can work all right. And we saw CJR's interest in playing that brawler earlier in their quarterfinals. Besides that, there's plenty of options. We'll be seeing the dynamite on Crit in the mid area. Going to be matching that Barley in mid 2. And then we do have an Ems on Gino, which is a bit of an odd pick. I feel like Ems overall has been struggling a little bit in the meta, but does seem like it's working out all right so far, as they do not manage to find Goodnight, and instead it's going to be a double kill for Trick of China with an excellent start. In fact, Engine will be rocking that Pam. And honestly, I'm not so sure why, Art.
Yeah, well, I guess the idea being is that Crook's going to break open the map to allow Engine to have some space to maneuver there and have some range. But I do like the way that White's playing this, trying to get the maximum value, and that's going to be surely an easy goal here for Trick of China. But Friendzone will stop at that, and but it's still going to follow up. Yeah, I felt like there was enough momentum behind that to go and see it all the way through, regardless of any gadgets. But I kind of feel like the Dynamite is a bit of a mistake. I know it's a big fan favorite for this team, but with the Robo Retreat star power, Goodnight's able to maneuver so much more, and I just felt like it's just working out so much better for Trick of China.
No, I couldn't agree more. I feel like overall the comp is just a lot stronger from Trick of China, and what may have worked in the quarterfinals with that Dynamite is not going to be nearly as easy here, especially with how fast-paced Brawl can be. It's going to be really, really hard for him to hit too many shots, and so far it's been quite a bit of a struggle. Look at that. Genio goes down as well. 2 kills going the way of CJR. Engine trying to stop that push is gonna at least slow it down. Good night, taking quite a bit of damage there from the Mama Squeeze, but is able to make it out alive. And with that fast movement speed, it's just such a nightmare for CJR to deal with.
Yeah, Good Night's honestly really getting his value out of that star power, and yeah, it's kept CJR on the back foot this entire game. He can bring his health back up with the healing tonic there, or Bouncy Castle. He's got so much healing options, and you know, Trick of China just have to hold this position. They don't really have to even go on the aggressive too much. They've just got to make sure they don't concede in the next 15 seconds, and this game is theirs.
Yeah, good stuff from Trick of China. Looking to take the lead for the first time in this match, unless we have a final play from CJR. Going to be opening up the rolling shot. It's going to go in.
What a time to get that connection from Crook, coming in clutch with the unlikeliest of brawlers to do so, but it was on point now. Can CJR collect themselves enough to bring back what was a game that was seemingly out of their control? Massively so, a very important takedown. Genio goes down. That was ideally their goal scorer, so a chance for Trick of China to bring this one back home.
Yeah, this is still a very good situation for Trick of China. Overtime going to be quite hard for the Dynamite, but so it is for the Barley, maybe a little bit less. And 25 seconds left. CJR, honestly, if this could be a draw, that would still be a win. And they are not looking to overcommit, but I don't know. They didn't corner the ball, but they also didn't really push forward. And that's going to be the goal for Trick of China. A bit of a mistake there. Not sure if it was communication or if they just weren't really on the same page. But Trick of China are going to make overtime work and secure that first game of Brawl.
I felt like they deserved it, I'll be honest. I felt like, yes, they did concede a goal, a very good goal at that, at a very crucial moment. But for the majority of everything that led up to that moment, the control was theirs. And, you know, I just felt like they had the better comp. They were, you know, utilizing it better as well. This is that goal. There's the bomb, and there's the follow-up as well. And it did find just that corner at just the right time. But, yeah, not enough. Trick of China, honestly, considering their start now starting to fly.
Yeah, no, certainly so. And I think, honestly, my biggest complaint about CJR in this game is that if I managed to predict most of their picks, which were pretty odd picks in the first place, I feel like Trick of China definitely did and were able to get some nice counters to it. And maybe, you know, Brawl is like Dynamite. I think they can do a lot of work, but you do need some sort of a surprise factor. Otherwise, it does lose a lot of effect. And if Trick of China are able to predict it, it doesn't quite find as much value. And honestly, besides for that play, which was huge and a big clutch, most of the game, Trick was very much absent. Just really struggling to find any value, going down non-stop and barely getting any supers.
And yet the community vote continues to grow for CJR. Obviously, got a lot of fan following and people rooting for them, or people just want to see them make a grand final as opposed to Trick of China, who have already been there twice. 21% only votes for them. I don't know. I've got to be honest today. I'm kind of surprised to see that.
Yeah, I think some people sometimes don't really understand if it's a prediction or just who they are cheering for, which are pretty different things. Obviously, you hope that, you know, the team you're cheering for win, but that doesn't mean that an accurate prediction would have them being winners, as they are underdogs in this matchup, CJR. And although they are playing well and they aren't far behind, they are a little bit behind now as well. And Trick of China has been looking better and better. This is their chance to maybe secure a second set, or for CJR to tie things up once more, as they are going to be bringing in the Mortis on Engine, which is a bit of an odd decision, but could do pretty well against that Barley if he can get up close.
Let's see. Engine has found the takedown on White. Good night, though. Now looking to secure this, but that was very important to get that takedown as quickly as both Imp and Goodnight worked together to do. That could have easily led to a goal, but a bit of a premature super there from Goodnight. Didn't really kind of get any value because of the invincibility out of spawn. Engine now seeking yet again in what is, I would say, a riskier comp for CJR than it is for Trick of China.
Yeah, definitely so, but I do like them taking a bit of a risk here as things are getting a bit heated. Imp is going to get the kill onto Engine. Genio with a nice super looking to single out Imp and isolate him on the left-hand side, but they're not really able to capitalize on it too much, and that's going to remove a bit of value of that super. Mark does connect onto Goodnight, could help out in that matchup, but so far a bit more of a stalemate this time around, and one of the slower paced games we've had so far in this match. However, Engine is looking to put an end to it, chaining those bats, and this should pretty much be an open goal. Engine with a nice pop off there when CJR needed the most.
Very important time to score as well. I think this is going to be a very, very close matchup in this semi-final stage. Down goes to from Imp. Engine just again dancing around a lot of this fire, really nicely done. But Goodnight with a very good connecting super, but then overcommitted with the super that followed up. Didn't necessarily need to do so on that side of things, and Engine is making this Mortis pick work so well, surviving through with just that 70 slither of HP as CGR then again advance on the Trick of China goal.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and it's CJR that are pressuring Trick of China. Can they find an opening here? Trick of China doesn't really seem likely, as Engine is once again absolutely wilding on that Mortis. Genio finds Imp as well, and this is gonna be a game for CJR, tying things up in games and set in this match overall.
I love the Mortis pick. I love the fact that Engine made it work, actually, more so than just the pick, because sometimes not always the easiest of things to do, but like rightly so, just kind of staying mostly clear of the spike, focusing on the Barley and sometimes the Rico. But this is what I do like, I've got to say about CJR. Then they're not afraid to take a risk. They're not afraid to try ideas that other regions would maybe not even look to consider, with Dynamite and such, but more often than not, making it work. Very interesting scoreline with White on the 4 death side of things. A brawler which normally would survive on a lot longer. Genio with 2 kills, 2 deaths, 1 goal scored. Very, very neck and neck, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, those teams have been very well matched here at the semi-finals. We'll see who can secure their second set, as we're literally all tied up in any way possible right now. And honestly, both teams are so closely matched right now. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, but a big game can help out build or break some momentum, and maybe, try to carry that moving into the next set as well. Yeah, so far, I have to say, I feel like Trick of China has been looking better in the last couple of games, but CJR, they could still take that set here.
Yeah, this is a very important game, as it was in the previous set now, but more so because whoever takes this next game will be able to draw ever closer to a spot in today's final. I don't know, it's a tough one when it comes to the comp decision really making process here. CGR, a team which don't really kind of worry too much about taking a risk. In this position, that is favorable for me, but also Trick of China just keeping things kind of a bit more traditional, keeping things a bit more kind of the meta that I'd expect to see on this map. But it's a tough one. I'm not really sure necessarily what the best idea is to go towards the comp would be here. I think Trick of China will keep it similar to the Rico and the Spike, but I don't know at this point, to be fair.
Well, I think we are about to find out, Ark, as we move on to set point for both teams. And I don't think this is something any of us expected, Art.
No, I think you're right. And Trick of China's going to walk over. No, White with a blinder, but it should be okay. Yeah, let's forget that. We saw that. What is this? Primo, Pogo. I think Mortis is that the only brawler that we've seen? We've seen the Pam already on this map, but look at how Trick of China are just trying to push their way through. And Quick out of position now. Imp to follow up. My goodness. What was that? I know.
Okay, I think we were all strategizing and all that good stuff, and they were just there like, Yeah, let's go
YOLO.
tanky, let's go healers. Let's just move upwards on the map, score, move on to next set. We're over with triple dribble. All right. Well, that was quite something. Trick of China, not messing around here, taking that set and therefore the lead as well. And I think this leads us to, you know, the stakes of this match here. You know, Trick of China, they still, you know, are very much contesting those world spots. They are in fact in that top 3 and looking to both get the best seeding and maximize their chances at qualifying. They are very, very likely to qualify in the first place, but they want to ensure that, and just by winning the monthly finals today, they can do so. So definitely their goal here. I think CJR has a very different perspective, as they are not in a position to qualify anymore. But at the same time, that means they have nothing to lose, right? They can take some more risks, and sometimes those pay off. We've seen that happen in a couple of games. Did not pay off in this set overall, but still, it's scary when you're facing an opponent that has literally nothing to lose and only to gain.
Yeah, CJR, honestly, are a bit of a funny one for me because, you know, back in June, they did almost cause a huge upset in the semifinals against Nova Esports with 3-2 in the end, and Nova did go on to win that month. But last month, they didn't even get out of the quarterfinal stages against ATM, a team which, you know, for me, have, you know, they're doing okay on the leaderboards, but they haven't really been the most consistent of teams themselves. So they do seem to be a team which have a bit of a hit or miss, and like you rightly say, Teddy, just, you know, very eager to take a risk. Sometimes that can be very rewarding, sometimes it can be kind of harmful. But Trick of China with a very, very important set there to take, drawing closer towards that grand final. But can they go all the way today?
Yeah, they can already smell the taste of those finals, but there's still a set to be won, whether it's going to be here on Double Swoosh or in set 5, perhaps. We'll find out. But Double Swoosh is a nice map to do it. Perhaps we can expect some gene action mid, as it is a brawler that, you know, is very much present here in the mid area in general. In the lanes, I feel like Tara is a good option. Spike is a pretty good option as well. So is Amber too. I feel like I'm probably, you know, going to see Pam in the end and be very confused again. But honestly, at this point, I feel like we've been warned.
I think Pam used to be pretty decent actually in Double Swoosh on the lane side of things, because
yeah.
it's very hard to evade the shots. But at the moment, again, I think that we're maybe seeing a bit more Pam in this series because of the Byron ban, but 78% still rooting for CJR. Everyone in the Twitch and YouTube chat just seems to want that underdog dream story. Let's see though. I prefer this. This is much more me feeling at home here. Gene mid, can't go wrong. Amber to break open all those bushes. I actually would probably tend to give the favor a little bit more over to Trick of China just for the Amber pick here, but Spike and Tara still two very solid options as well here. This is definitely much more what I would expect to see.
Yeah, I do like the Tara pick quite a bit myself, as I feel like double pull just has so much clutch potential. It means that even if you are losing, you always have to be careful, and there's pretty much always going to be someone that has a pull available, and that can cause a ton of harm and force you to play it a bit more safe and passive and be very, very much on your toes for the entire game. So I like that aspect a lot from Tara coming in here on Crook. But as you said, Amber is quite a fighter herself and can find quite a lot of value, as Gino is going to be very low HP, doesn't quite go down. Engine gets pulled with 7 gems. Can he pull out of that situation? Doesn't seem like he will. Gino is so low HP as well. Crook trying to go for the gems, but this is huge, as we already almost see a countdown for Trick of China. Just need one more gem, and there's no pulls to stop them either, and that's going to be Trick of China starting the countdown now.
Honestly, such a crucial moment there, and I praise the way that Trick of China was so patient in their approaches. They had to be there really to max down and capitalize on those gems, and I don't see yet any way that CJR can come back against that. Fantastic moment, capitalized on greatly so, and a patient approach to secure the deal. Trick of China move on to match point, but I gotta say, Teddy, you know, CJR have been going the distance all day. In fact, every single set they played has gone to game 3. Is this the chance to break the spell, to break the movement? I don't know, but I'm keen to find out.
I think this is a big win momentum-wise as well here for Trick of China. being able to kind of steal this game away. As to be honest, I think it was CJR that had the better start. You know, they had 7 gems. It was, I think, 2 on the sides of Trick of China. It was a very dominant start of the game, but an amazing pull from White turned things around, and that made the whole difference here.
Yeah, one magic hand and your world can turn upside down very, very quickly. You know, and again, we've seen a lot of the Gene ban when Double Switch has been available to play in the sets today, but now, you know, having it back, it just goes to show how important it can honestly be. Tara as well, I feel, here again, solid pick. I did favor the Trick of China comp, but there wasn't really much in it. It was just really the Amber and the Spike differential, and both of which are really viable. So again, comp-wise, I think both teams have got it bang on. But CJR are a team which take risks. I kind of feel like at this moment in time, they're possibly thinking that, you know what, you know, we've got to win 2 games in a row now to stay in this competition. I'm looking to them to see some adaptations, and if they come and they get it right and come with something daring, maybe like something crazy like a Mortis. I don't know. CJR at the moment, I don't really know what they're going to bring out next, to be completely honest with you.
I don't know if they have to be honest. Sorry, I feel like for the most part they were the dominant team in this game, and sure, a Gene pool turned everything around, but that can happen in any game when you have a Gene matchup mid, right? So I feel like overall they played a little better in that game. It's just that the one play that turned everything around went the way of Trick of China. And in fact, they're not going to do too many changes, but we'll be bringing in the Leon on Genio for the left-hand side. Curious to see how that's going to work against the Spike. So far, it seems like it won't, and it's going to be resulting in an early kill here in favor of Imp. Crook is going for a pretty wide flank, but will get caught by Goodnight on the right-hand side, and that should open things up a bit more for Trick of China to start getting some more mid control.
I actually really like the Leon pick, but I do feel like Trick of China are shutting down these lollipop drops very well, and that seems to be part of their strategy. You know, using the Spike supers and everything they've got to really shut it down as quickly as possible. But Crook is on the hunt here. Imp knows it, and taken care of swiftly by TOC yet again. However, saying this, you know, Genio, if he can get super and he can't be that far away from it, is going to definitely put Trick of China on a much more defensive position, especially with that Sandy ban in play. Having this brawler could do wonders for CJR. At the moment, they are in the lead with 6 gems.
Yeah, right now we got a decent position for CJR, but we saw in the previous game that that early gem lead can be turned around rather quickly with the right pulls. Could go the other way too, so White is gonna have to be very careful, but he's gonna hit the pool. Crick is able to tank it though, gets the pull into White. Engine, oh no, that was auto aim. That was 100% auto aim going wrong, Arc.
Well, gems are dropped. Genio is going to pick him up, and to be fair, I've not really seen much from the Leon in terms of, you know, value, so I wouldn't say it's the worst person to pick up the gems. He's not really been on the aggressive too much this game anyway. Goodnight senses the opportunity, flashes the super. White has his super as well. This is a big strong arm spot. It's going to be set for Trick of China. More oil going down and ignited by Goodnight, and there's nowhere to hide now, really. Every little avenue is shut down as the White gets the pull as well. No black hole then for Crook, and with a miss pull there, it's just going from bad to worse for CJR.
Yeah, this is a good position for Trick of China. The next gem does spawn on the side. Oh, the pull onto Goodnight, but he's gonna make it out alive. Can't say the same for Engine, and Imp is gonna overextend, go for those gems, pull onto Genio. Genio should be going down. Will survive for now, but never mind. A big shot from Imp takes him down, and this is gonna be Trick of China going to the grand finals to be facing Nova Esports next.
My goodness me, that was definitely a very, very important win. Very important for Trick of China. A grueling process, it's got to be said. And, you know, full credit to CJR. They really made them have to work for it. You know, for the fact that CJR have been going to the 3rd game of every set today, they really had been put through their paces. But Trick of China are yet again going to have that face-off in the grand final against Nova Esports.
Yeah, man, I feel like one of the big moments in this game, we might see it in the highlights later on, but there was such an unfortunate play where there was a tower pool and then the Gene pool followed up, but the auto aim targeted not the gem carrier, but the brawler that was the closest to him. and that really turned things around and saved the day for Trick of China in that game, as that would have been all the gems in control of CJR. Looking back, I mean, Bounty was exceptionally good from CJR. Things just started going downhill from there on. Crick was an amazing play here. Pretty much nothing Trick of China could have done in this situation. You have the choice between either tanking the super or go or letting the ball go in anyway. So not too much you can do in such a position. And that was the final game here, as Trick of China secured their spot in the grand finals and will be facing Nova Esports next up. And honestly, they're looking pretty strong today.
Nova looking strong as well. Everyone is just looking phenomenal. It's got to be said. Good night there with the M's pick. With the team damage pretty much bang down the middle and 1/3. More kills, less deaths. Pretty low average DPS, to be fair. But again, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what happens next. Both of these two teams so evenly matched. It's going to be the third time facing off in the grand final. Trick of China have never beaten Nova Esports, and they are completely undefeated. But is it third time lucky?
Well, to be fair, no one has ever beaten Nova Esports in the Brawl Stars Championship, at least at the monthly finals. I believe they did lose in the qualifiers once, but still qualified and won the monthly finals. So I think Nova Esports are still in an incredible spot, but Trick of China, it's their ticket to Worlds that is on the line. If they win this match, they are going straight to Worlds, no contesting them whatsoever. They will ensure their qualification, which would be quite a nice situation going for them. They're still very likely to qualify in the first place, but, getting that extra sense of security would just give them a bit more time to maybe focus less on the remaining monthly finals and more on the upcoming Worlds.
Yeah, well, you mentioned security, Teddy. We had a security breach, and it's been an ongoing thing. And month by month, we are giving you guys updates on who stole the trophy. We're going to continue that with a little bit of a peek into what the latest progression is.
The trophy, it's
Gone!
Maybe you should ask someone who wasn't at the party that night.
Her evil plan is working. She has followed her orders.
You're probably wondering how we all got here. They think one of us stole the trophy. Want to know a secret? I know who stole it! Because I always know where everyone is. I know it wasn't those brawlers. They're so awesome! But it wasn't them. Or them either. So who does that leave? I'm sure you can figure it out. I got some more autographs to get.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Reddy. That's Teddy. And wow, we have some pretty incriminating evidence on our hands. Colette is definitely withholding some secrets from us, Teddy.
Yeah, well, as Arg mentioned a couple of monthly finals ago, I wouldn't trust Colette a single bit, honestly. We do know that she does like stealing stuff. Maybe she did like stealing trophies too. I don't know. Might add that to her collection, or maybe not. It's a bit of a mystery, and you guys are the ones that can try to solve it at home. Make sure you guys tweet around as well and tell us on social media what you think about it and who you think stole that trophy. There is a smaller trophy on the line today, not quite a World's Final trophy, but monthly final trophy here for Nova Esports or Trick of China to take. This is going to be the grand final, Reddy.
Yeah, call it a mystery, if you will. It is going to be solved in our upcoming games. It is, of course, Nova Esports versus Trick of China. And this is Trick of China's opportunity to lock in their world final spot. But hey, Nova Esports, they still got to grab the bag. They got to win that fame. They got to win that glory. And they got to win that money. We talk about the $1 million prize pool here for the BSC. And Nova, they definitely got the memo. It's today, Aspartame and OU, just like all day long. And good night, White and Imp from Trick of China. We're going to make an impact today in the grand final. This is actually spectacular for Trick of China. This is their, I believe, first time making it to the Is this their first time making it to the grand finals? Someone correct me on that. But yeah, no, it is not. But they are certainly looking to make this their last entry into the grand finals that they need.
Yeah, it's a very nice performance so far from Trick of China. I do feel like Nova Esports is going to be a whole new level of pain right ahead of them. We'll see if they're able to, face it and take it proudly, or if perhaps Nova China can run away with yet another monthly final win. Just as a reminder, Nova Esports are unbeaten this season, haven't lost a single match in monthly finals, and they've just basically won every single monthly final. They want to make it a perfect year,
Yeah, I mean, hey, no shame in that. They just want to grab that glory and they want to establish that reputation. But Trick of China, what kind of tricks do they have up their sleeve? Well, we will have to find out. It's all going to start off on dry season, then we'll be moving into Factory Rush and then Safe Zone. And well, provided that Nova lets some sets slip through their fingers, we'll be heading into Minecart Madness and Backyard Bowl to break any ties. But dry season here is going to start us off, and this is when we see some long-range brawlers come out, but also some shorter range ones are at play. But you're typically going to see a comp of a lot of those mixed in with some Poco or Byron as well. It seems to be either or, Teddy.
I think dry season can also be a bit of a thrower fiesta, having a lot of throwers being played off on left and right side of the map. Obviously, usually it's going to be Sprout and Tick, mostly because of the extra range, but also very nice utility to keep your opponents away and try to keep that defensive position. So a lot of possibilities, to be honest, because each comp that works also has its counters, and that's why the meta is always so interesting. I think we got our bans ready. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what they're going for. Primo, Stu, Piper, Byron. Interesting. I mean, Nova Esports going pretty much for standard bans. I do feel like that left that freedom for Trick of China to really tailor them to this matchup. Byron, we saw how strong it is in this region, how much it is getting played, especially by Nova Esports. And Piper, I'm not so sure. Maybe they're trying to force the Bell matchup. I'm not 100% sure why, but overall, I mean, Nova Esports, they've been performing with both those brawlers fairly well. So I think it makes sense, and I do feel like they're much more customized on the side of Trick of China, whereas Nova Esports, they more went for just, their traditional, regular bans that they pretty much go for in most matches.
Yeah, and I wonder why exactly that is. I mean, this is clearly Nova Esports playing it safe, and Trick of China being aggressive with their bans. Trick of China, they don't care if Stu is at play, but Nova clearly do. They don't want to have to play Stu, and they don't want to have to face against Stu. Same goes for Primo. So with that being the ban phase from both the teams, we can safely assume that Nova Esports is a little bit concerned about what Trick of China is going to try and pull out here.
Yeah, and just as a reminder as well, Nova Esports already guaranteed their spot for Worlds, already got plenty enough points to make sure they will attend the World Finals at the end of the year. Right now, they're playing first of all for glory, making sure that they don't lose their first monthly final this year, as they've won every single one so far. But also, if they do win this monthly final, they will be ensuring that they take first place in the leaderboards for the Mainland China region, and therefore first seed as well going into World Finals. But here we go, game number 1, and we'll have a bit of a fight here for that blue star. Today taking quite a bit of damage. Imp is very low HP. They can't quite catch him, but looking at the HP count for Trick of China, this should be a free blue star for Nova.
Yeah, it is a free blue star for Nova to start things off, and they're going to be able to play defense for as long as they do not let any kills go the way of Trick of China. Goodnight is going to try and push up the left side here. OU firing off in all directions, trying to keep back Imp and trying to keep back Goodnight just as much. Today, also getting some chip shots off on the enemy, holding them back just a little bit, but that's not really the primary objective. It's all about getting that free super. Today is looking pretty vulnerable. There's the lamp blowout today with a great dodge versus White. And
does fall, but Nova Esports gets a kill in response. White is on very low health, though he's not able to finish him off, but Nova Esports hold the lead by 2 stars nonetheless.
Yeah, Imp has another super available, got quite aggressive, but good awareness from Nova Esports, starting to think, hey, he's taking a very long time to respawn and show up to the fight. Probably he's invisible, hiding somewhere around the map, and they scouted him very nicely there. And I think the big challenge for Trick of China is going to be getting past that middle area that is so open and provides so much cover for Nova. Good pull from today. OU with the follow-up kill as well, only leaving Goodnight left alive. And this is a very good situation for Nova Esports. 4-star difference, though. If they can find a kill on OU, they can turn around this game. But there's only 8 seconds to do so. Goodnight going aggressive. Rocket Fuel doesn't connect from White. Imp trying to catch OU off guard, but is not able to do so. Aspartame with a tick head to take him down, and Nova Esports to secure the first game.
Well, this is pretty much what we expected from Nova Esports. Such a dominating team in this region, and still continuing that domination today. And Trick of China, they had to fight their way hard out of that semifinal, but that's not the case from the side of Nova Esports. They are just gliding through this monthly finals with seeming ease. Though, don't want to jinx it. Nova Esports only won game number 1. Let's take a look at OU in particular, though. Dealing 40% of the damage, picking up most of the stars, too, with 3 kills. OU, this is what we were saying. He was firing off in all directions. He's holding so many lanes at once. Without a doubt, a team player and a bit of a carry.
Yeah, I think they did great here, Nova Esports. Good awareness overall, able to capitalize on every single little victory they could get out of that first game. And overall, the really tough part of dry season is once you have the start deficit, you have such a nice line of walls in front of you to hold your opponents from pushing through mid that it's just such a tedious affair, such a challenge to get past that middle area and get back behind cover, especially with those throwers available that can just, you know, force you out of that cover in the first place and hold on to some good ground like we saw with the tick. Really good plays, and there was one moment where it seemed like things turned around as Imp got a kill on the left-hand side, being that invisible Leon, but he did get sniped off by OU, and that gave the lead straight back to Nova Esports, which was the only chance really in that game for Trick of China to turn things around, and they couldn't capitalize on it, or at least they couldn't, you know, pull back and get back safely to their side of the map.
Yeah, and see, we see Leon being used more in the traditional sense here, where he gets that invisibility and he then goes on offense. Okay, Trick of China, they have some more tricks up their sleeves still. It's going to be Goodnight picking up the blue star, and Trick of China is now going to be able to afford to play defense here. White is in a tough situation, though. They might even go down here. Lamp Blowout comes out to keep him alive, and he does manage to make the retreat. Imp still picking up Leon here. Lollipop drop did secure some invisibility earlier on, but Aspartame is going to be getting rid of it quickly with Tick, and that is one of the hazards of playing Leon, is that Lollipop drop that makes him so impactful can be taken out quite easily. We see Goodnight taken down. The blue star goes to the side of Nova Esports after an aggressive play, perhaps even needlessly aggressive there by Trick of China.
Yeah, a nice start lead now for Nova, and I'm a bit scared of that Mortis. I feel like he can very quickly be underwhelming, and so far, I mean, he's pretty much just chilling on his side of the map, not really assisting anywhere, not working towards getting a super, and that's just a lot of lost value overall. And against those brawlers from Nova Esports, I'm not even sure if he can easily get any sort of kills, because, you know, a tick head to your face, and you're pretty much just out of that fight. So, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced by that comp. White is going to be getting pulled as well. Does manage to survive, pulls Nova back today instead, actually. But Goodnight is not able to make it out alive. And that's once again, you know, that was a chance for Trick of China to turn around this game. Maybe they can find another one, but it's just a bit of a shame that they can't capitalize on those opportunities quite as much, and Nova Esports always managed to find those important kills. Final push now for Trick of China, 10 seconds left. Tickhead gonna be a bit of a problem there. That's gonna be resulting in today finding that kill. Imp goes down next, and White is the only player left alive. No chance here for Trick of China as Nova Esports secure the first set.
Set one already done and dusted, and Teddy, I completely agree with you. Trick of China, they had a couple of opportunities there where they were in the lead and just kind of waved goodbye to it. We saw it first of all with Mort on the left lane going very aggressive with the blue star and got punished heavily for it, and then once again ran right into Aspartame's Tick Mines and got punished for it once again. This was their opportunity to get aggressive in here. Today, though, had just absolutely amazing positioning there, especially on the gadget, and White was unfortunately not able to peel the Tick super off of Mort. Yeah, take a look at the stat comparison between the two Genes here and tell me who is more impactful, Teddy.
I'm not so sure. I feel like 0 kills and 0 stars gained honestly is making a good case for himself. But Nova Esports took that game, took that set, and have been looking pretty strong so far. Once again, you know, it's not like there's no opportunities for Trick of China. There were some mistakes from Nova. There were some good attempts from Trick of China. It's just that every single time they weren't able to fully capitalize on it and fall back, secure those stars and be on the defensive side of things. Every single time it was Nova to take them out when they were trying to pull out, and yeah, just a bit of a tough situation for Trick of China to handle. Factory Rush and Siege is going to be up next. Once again, some pretty open fights around that middle area, and I'm excited to see what kind of comps they decide to bring in. I mean, we've been seeing Rico quite a bit on lane, been very, very popular at the moment. I think that in mid, you can't really go too wrong. Perhaps Bell, perhaps Piper, but Piper is banned, so no Piper. Probably Bell mid, to be honest, and then you could go for something like a Barley, maybe on another lane, or something slightly different. There's a couple of opportunities, but I feel like Bell and Rico are just very likely to be seen here in this map.
Yeah, and I'm actually placing my bets on a Leon here. Let's see if Lollipop Drop is going to be making an entrance here. Aspartame is going to be popping it down. In Trick of China, they were running Leon in dry season, but they're not going to be running it here with their sniper Good Night on offense, not on Factory Rush, and we'll see how that impacts this game. So far, things are tied up. There's one more bolt banked for Nova Esports, and they're going to be able to get this first Siege bot up and running. Good Night doesn't have a super ready to go, and this is definitely a disadvantage. There's the slow, but it's not going to be super impactful. Not as impactful as a super from Good Night would have been. Nonetheless, bot doesn't get very much damage on the Ike, just a single punch on a safe. But Nova Esports have taken this opportunity to lock down mid. They have a bear trap on top of the bolt spawn too. Good Night might be able to get that without getting slowed. No, not quite. OU not really getting all over Good Night. Instead, it backs up just a little bit. Was more focused on Imp on the left lane, and Imp is now going to be able to rotate over to mid. He does have to face a new foe over here. Aspartame has good positioning. Level 5 Siege bot for Nova Esports. Trick of China with 4 bolts under their belt, but that's not that much of a lead, just a 2-bolt lead, and they are going to have to once again fight their way through a tough retake of mid.
Yeah, this is not ideal for Trick of China because now it's retake time and they're only leading by 1 bolt, which means that with the time it takes for them to reach the center, you already see it on the left-hand side, Aspartame tying things up, and now it's going to be getting more and more difficult for Trick of China to go for that retake. Good Night is so low HP, still alive though, but today is able to gadget his way back to full HP. Imp going to get pinched by Aspartame on the left-hand side, and this is going to be a Siege bot for Nova Esports, and therefore the first game of Siege going their way fairly convincingly, to be completely honest. They got all 3 bots, and yeah, they showed a good game. Just a good game, you know, regular Nova Esports stuff. Nothing too impressive on their end, but just as consistent as ever and making it work, which is ultimately really what matters here.
That is what matters, right? Consistently above the rest, right, is the formula for success. And consistency is super, super tough to establish, especially when you have to be getting better and improving at least the same rate as your competitors. But Nova Esports have been staying consistently above the competition. Even in this last game, they got every single bot, and that's what it's all about. They just got to play for control at mid, and that's what netted them the win. They didn't even have to get an offense. They just had to keep the control.
Yeah, that's pretty much it there, Reddy. You know, if you don't have to defend, you're not going to be taking a lot of damage. That's, you know, why having every single siege bot can really go a long way. Makes it a lot easier to win, to be honest. And I can tell you that statistically, teams that get every single siege bot do win more often than teams that don't. So just saying, you know, keep that into account. Never go against the stats. And Nova Esports definitely following them as well, as they are in a set point situation here as well, looking to secure their second set. And Toc of China is going to have to make some arrangements and some small adjustments if they want to try to contest that, because I don't know. I feel like Leon on paper should be countering Barley, but Barley can play it so defensively that, you know, was still able to find some decent value. We'll see what the switch is. We have a Carl now on Imp against a Rico. That's not a bad shot, but it's still not going to be easy. Good night coming in for a pinch, though, as OU is pretty passive in the mid area. Did get tagged early on. Aspartam bullied away from mid as well. This is going to be a nice first bot for Toc of China. First bot they are really happy to have.
Yeah, they have to be super, super pleased to establish the game already and their momentum. There's the level 3 bot rolling in. Toc of China, they also have another bolt ready to go. They're tied up for the second siege. OU is not able to get that damage amp onto the bot, so it is going to get a handful of hits onto the Ike, reduces it to 83%, and now it's down to Nova Esports to get the retake of mid. You see that bear trap right on top of the bolt spawn, and Aspartame or OU, are they going to buy? Aspartame is going to be able to get that bolt and not be touched by the bear trap. Well played. Good Night still picks up a bolt and does allow Toc of China to stay just afloat, or perhaps not. 4-3, and no bolt banked on the side of Nova Esports to tie things up. Still 4-1 for our final siege. Now 6-1. A great lead for Nova Esports. If they're able to get this defense, they could bring it back in the final siege.
Yeah, a really, really good defense from Nova. That bot is going to find a little bit of damage, but right now we have that 5-bolt lead in favor of Nova, and that's going to put them in a pretty decent position. Need to make sure they secure a couple more bolts just to ensure they get this bot, but getting a nice double kill mid and right will definitely help out for that. And White is trying his best to contest the left side, but it is going to be a big bot for Nova Esports. They do need to deal some damage. 33% for the draw, 34 if they want to take the win. And Imp is going aggressive, wants to take Today out early on as the bot pushes upwards, but is not able to do so, as Today can retreat and make it out alive. Good Night goes down early. The mark did go through on the bot, but now damage is going to start pouring down on that Ike. And this should be a win. Can it be? 5 seconds left. The super from Today. Oh my god, wow. 2% difference. But the defense from Toc of China holds, and they secure their first game of the finals.
That is insane. A 2% difference. Really, guys? That came down to Toc of China finally having that damage amp ready to go on defense. That was the damage, or that was the difference maker for me. Aspartame managed to get loads of damage there on the left side.
He missed his super.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get that super onto the Ike really effectively, and that, I think, was also a game decider decision right there.
Yeah, that was a choke. Reddy. That's one of those moments where it looks so easy, but sometimes, you know, whether it's the nerves, the stress, or you're you know, losing focus for a second, or sometimes you are too focused and then you know, fail to see the bigger picture, and that was missed. A missed super. Yeah, it's as simple as that, and small mistakes can cost you games. Sometimes they cost you sets or even matches. We'll hope for Nova Esports that it doesn't go that far, but it's going to be a nice little momentum break here in favor of Toc of China. maybe they can start gaining some more confidence and capitalize on it. It's a bit of a miracle for them because we haven't seen Nova Esports choke very often in the past, but at this point, I think they are happy to take whatever Nova Esports are willing to give them.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Drink of China, they'll take whatever they can get, especially against such a dominating force in the mainland China region. Let's see. Nova Esports, oh man, they're bringing out the Dino now. Today is going hardcore with the Buzz. He has that pretty much same forwards mobility that Imp has, but he has the stun on his side, which is going to work to his advantage later on. We do see the tie for the first siege, 1-1. Trick of China picking up another bolt here. Today's going to be able to bank one. He's on low health, and he does go down. Still manages to bank the bolt and still hangs on to the super for a crucial moment in the future where he'll go for a stun. But nonetheless, Trick of China is still in the lead here.
Yeah, this could be a bit scary though. If we do have a good retake at some point from Nova, they could build up that bolt economy and start getting into a good position for the third and final bot. We'll see how that goes. And so far, they are getting some bolts here and there, and they can really go a long way. Today, can't quite find a kill there onto Imp. Is gonna find one now. Nice gadget back to safety. Gets another bolt in the process. And this is really not too bad of a situation for Nova, to be honest. They have such a nice bold lead. If the defense is on point, and OU is definitely looking for that mark, but he's not really peeking for it, which is what we would usually see, you know? If you don't have that Bell Super, you peek, try to get a couple of shots down on anyone to get that mark, but they're able to defend it off fairly well, all things considered, taking 42% damage. And now they just need about a bolt or two, and they are 100% sure of getting that final bot. The question is, can they match that damage?
Yeah, and there comes the damage amp from Goodnight. It goes right past OU, and OU actually picks up the kill. So now this is just the bolt collection phase for Nova Esports. How stacked up can they get this final bot? Well, today is finding the bolts on the left side. Level 13 is going to be the final level of that siege spot. The big purple boy marches over to the enemy Ike, and it's just White and Imp to stand in the way. There's the slow from White. That sticky syrup mixer is going to definitely help on defense, though there needs to be a lot of damage dealt to this safe. Aspartame going to town, and it is going to be Nova Esports to take the win here in set number 2, and they'll go into set number 3 with 2 set victories, 1 game away from a match point, provided they win this first game of set number 3.
Good stuff here from Nova, able to make up for some mistakes in the previous game. I mean, you know, mistakes are going to happen, but you know, the real question is, how do you answer to them? A little bit of an interesting fact as well is that they switched the Rico from Today to Aspartame, as Today wanted to play Buzz in that final game. And that's a trait I really like in pro teams, when they have the versatility in the teams for different players to play different brawlers and have that extra opportunity to mix things around a little bit more. That's the miss super from Today earlier. Maybe the reason why I didn't want to stick to that Rico after all.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate, but hey, it worked out in the end for Nova Esports, and they're looking to claim this last set and hopefully not drop a set. They have not dropped a single set today. And speaking of today, check out the Rico plays from this guy. 38% of the team damage. We saw him switch things up later on in the set, but I mean, his Rico plays were so strong throughout the set. It was a little bit of a whiff there in game number 2 on the super, but hey, it's left in the past. They managed to take it back in game number 3, and really the rest is history. It is a set number 3 decider. Safe zone is going to be the map.
Well, we'll see how that one goes down. A bit of an interesting one right now. We see Rico popping off a lot more now on lane on this map. Usually you will mix it with something like a Colt or a Brock to open things up, get those sides opened up, and have some easier matchups on the lanes. And then mid, I feel like Bell is pretty much the go-to here, especially since Piper is banned and just not an option here in the first place.
Yeah, pretty much not an option here in the first place. I mean, Safe Zone, one of my favorite maps in rotation, and, you know, Bell, you know, pretty strong here, but, you know, with Piper banned out, she's pretty much going to be the go-to. Brock also an option. We got Rico on the table, no Stu or any of that, but Colt also available as a wall breaker, and Nova have pulled out Colt here before and really done well with that. So many possible good picks from both teams on the table and completely available. Don't think we'll really see any tanks here, but I'm really crossing my fingers, Teddy. I really hope we see some sort of Max and Poco and BB marching all the way to the enemy safe and just going for the one push there.
I'm happy they didn't, Reddy. I'm happy they didn't go for it. Honestly, a bit of a PTSD from that still, to be completely honest with you. But here we go. As so far pretty much the matchup we expect, to be completely honest, and it's going to be Imp and Goodnight to find first blood, but OU is able to get the trade onto Goodnight, and that's going to be first damage on Safe now, as no one is there to contest in mid. Aspartam has a super as well, could lead to some nice possibilities to deal some damage on that Safe. Is going to go for it against White. It's going to be a complete miss, and maybe a bit of a missed opportunity overall there in that left lane.
And today, making an impact over here on the right lane, though. Trick of China really trying to flush him out. He keeps himself alive with Bouncy Castle, but only for a moment. M is able to emerge from the ashes and push up here around the right, though he will be stopped in his tracks by that Rico lane matchup once again. OU gets the pinch. Now, Trick of China once again try and push out of mid, but they are stopped dead in their tracks by OU's bear traps, and White is still struggling versus Aspartame on this lane. That splash damage is really getting to him. White feeling the effects of Incendiary as well, as he is forced out gradually by the AoE. There's a kill from Today on Imp on the right lane. Today now focusing on Goodnight, manages to get the pinch with OU. There's the kill from Aspartame onto White. No push in on the safe once again.
Yeah, so far pretty good lead for Nova. 45 seconds left in this game, and they've done that safe down by 50%. Trick of China need to find an opening here, but with only 30 seconds left and a 52% deficit, it's not looking very likely at this point that super from Aspartame going to be causing some more havoc as well. Nice bounces from Today rather. Goodnight is going down as well, and this is pretty much match point coming up here. Still 15 seconds left, but we need nothing short from a miracle for Trick of China to take this game.
All right, just a few seconds left, but yeah, there's no way that Trick of China can bring this one back. It is a match point situation, and honestly, Nova Esports, yeah, just kind of looking to take down that high safe to make a statement there, and nothing more at all. 100% remains on Nova Esports safe. This is really one of my criticisms with Safe Zone is it's like Bounty, except there's a safe at the end, and Trick of China, they just were not able to get the kills that they needed to push through to the other side. It's this long-range heist map. They weren't able to get those valuable kills, so we find ourselves at the match point.
Good situation here for Nova, just a game away from winning yet another monthly final. Have won every single one this year so far, looking to keep the streak up, and honestly it's looking extremely likely at this point, as Trick of China, they are in a bit of a rough position here, need to win both next games of Heist, and they didn't really deal any damage in that previous game. They'll need to really step up if they want to stand a chance. But here we go, and here are my worst nightmares. It's BB, Poco, and Max all over again. All right, well, take over, Reddy. Just take over.
Yeah, I mean, for Teddy, it's a nightmare, but for me, it is a dream come true. I was really hoping to see this one today. The double knockback from Today, and he goes straight for Goodnight and says nighty-night as he keeps on pushing through. There's a gadget from Today to keep himself alive and healthy. though. That is one less gadget that he is going to have in his back pocket as he tries to establish a presence over here. Wants some damage on Imp, but he's just too speedy. Imp isn't going to be looking for any heals either. He's just keeping himself at a distance. Today, though, still establishing his presence on the side of Trick of China. White getting lots of damage on the safe, and Goodnight much of the same. Imp now pushing in from the left side. Aspartame struggling a little bit, though he does have the super ready to go. OU and Today get to push forward. Today picks up the kill, and now he's all over the safe. OU and now helps get that kill onto White, and Goodnight is going to be the sole brawler defending for just a moment. Imp and White are back, but Today gets so much healing from OU, and Nova Esports claims so much damage on this save.
Oh my, I mean, this is what we know this comp for, isn't it? OU not going to be using his Super Eater. Will be going down proudly there with the ship as Trick of China go for yet another push. It is the lead right now for Nova Esports, but not by a long way as the heals come through. And yeah, this is going to be a massacre. Yeah, absolutely. Today going in and going ham as Nova Esports want to close things out here. OU is very low HP, has to be careful, just about a shot away from going down, but dodges are on point, and he's rather quickly healing back up. Today surviving for what seems to be pretty much forever, but Trick of China need that opening. A nice hit from Today does go down, and 15 seconds left for Trick of China to match that damage output, and honestly they might.
Yeah, they just might. Loads of damage coming in. They take the lead. Today's all sped up, but he's not able to get in. Aspartame is going to have to take this one back, but it's just not possible. There's not enough time. It is Trick of China to take this game versus the Max, BB, and Poco combo. Okay, Teddy, now definitely pleased to see my dreams completely crushed and thrown out into the trash as this comp that I've been anticipating for so long just crumbles at the end.
Yeah, I feel like, oddly enough, this comp doesn't do as well as a lot of people think. At least, you know, I'm not talking scrims, but really in tournaments, I've seen it played a lot, and it definitely did not have like much more than a 50% win rate, if you get what I mean. Like, I think it can work. I think that the big problem with this comp is that it just doesn't do that well against the Colt. I feel like overall, because, you know, the Rico and the Bell are pretty much not going anywhere, but against something like a Brock, it can be a lot easier because Brock struggles a lot more at hitting those shots in defense up close, and it can be pretty much a free kill for that BB. Colt is a bit more of a problem. He just deals a lot more damage, and it's easier to hit those shots as well, you know, melting down that tanky BB a lot faster. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's not working as well as a lot of teams are hoping for. And I'm guessing the reason they're bringing it in so often as well on Safe Zone is because it usually works. But honestly, this month, I've not been the most impressed. And here, I mean, it's going to be costing that game to Nova Esports. I think, you know, Nova Esports are still in a very, very sweet position, but it's going to put a little bit of a stain in this set and now an opportunity for Trick of China to try to turn things around.
Yeah, but they do have leverage, that is for sure. They got one more game to work with. Otherwise, that first win is going to be wiped off the record. They are going to be using it once again, but they find themselves almost in a mirror match, actually. White is going to be playing Jesse rather than Max, and we'll see what kind of implications that has. Typically, that super from Jesse is able to do a really nice job versus tanks. White is not going to be so keen to use that super quite yet. There it is, the aggro super. It's not going to find really much value. It is going to force Aspartame and OU and Today forward, but they were going for that safe anyway. Today sweeps up Imp. The kill on OU from Goodnight, though, and it's Today versus Goodnight on that safe. 34% remains on Trick of China's safe. Meanwhile, White is going crazy on Nova Esports' safe. Just 60% remain following that onslaught with the turret, and now it's Nova Esports' turn to defend versus the Poco BB combo.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a struggle to do so, as Goodnight is going to pick up the kill. OU trying his best to stop that push, but this is going to be a set going to Trick of China. Seems like Jesse was the right answer in the end, and Trick of China secured our first set here. Nova Esports going to be pushed to set number 4.
Well, I didn't expect it to go that way, but hey, you know, Trick of China, they'll take what they can get, and they really did put that comp to work. Jesse, a good call versus the tanks. And honestly, I think that when they got on Nova Esports' safe with the Poco and BB, they simply played it better. They had more damage output. They were able to get the kills that mattered, and from there, they were able to get BB establishing a persistent presence on that objective. So this is, I think, Max not being as impactful as we might have been thinking. Jesse is a viable alternative.
Yeah, that could very much be true. I mean, it's a bit of an interesting matchup here, to be honest, and it's kind of hard to say if specifically just, you know, the Jesse made the biggest difference. I think that the defense was definitely better because of that Jesse. It helped out a lot, especially with the poker. You're going to be quite close together, and you can get a lot of value off those bounce shots, as well as a turret, as you mentioned earlier, that can be really, really solid. Also in offense, because it did find about 30% damage on its own when it started pushing, as we saw a couple of seconds ago. So overall, a good game from Trick of China, able to catch up at the moment where it matters the most, right? Because it was still a match point in favor of Nova Esports. And now this set goes to Trick of China, and we'll have to see how they manage to perform in set number 4.
Now, set number 4 is guaranteed here, and I believe it is Minecart Madness, and that, is going to be absolutely crazy. It's going to introduce that X Factor that could once again allow Trick of China to triumph over Nova Esports, but it is a long shot for sure. We're probably going to see some mirror matches coming out here, or maybe we see some counter comp as well. Nova Esports, they are definitely in tune with the more Western compositions for all of these maps today. So from there, we can kind of accurately predict, you know, they're going to bring out the Crow, they're going to bring out a strong mid brawler like Bell, and then for their other lane, you know, perhaps a mid-range brawler. It could be a Tara, it could be something completely different. Teddy, what are you feeling?
I'm not entirely sure. I feel like Jean or Bell mid is pretty much a must, considering the bans. On lane, there's a lot more possibilities. I think Crow is a very good shout, as you said. I think you can go for Rico still as well, to be completely honest. Maybe it's time to see some Pam action again, as well, as the lanes have enough opening, I think, to make it work. Besides that, I don't feel like there's too many more go-tos. Might be forgetting one or two here and there, but I feel like for the most part, there's just quite a couple of possibilities available here for both teams to utilize and try to surprise their opponents with. And this is a pretty good map historically for Nova China. They've been performing really, really well overall in Minecart Madness. We'll have to see if this is going to be a different day, and maybe Trick of China can try to push things to a 5th and final set to contest that title of monthly final winners here for mainland China.
And take a look at y'all's votes. Nova, more people think that Nova are going to win than before. So even though we see Trick of China taking that last set, it is still in favor of Nova. And I also completely agree. This is looking like a Nova win. But hey, Trick of China have proven that they still got some more tricks at play. Let's see what it is here. Well, Trick of China, they're pulling out the Pam mid. Sandy for lane versus Aspartame on the spike. Aspartame goes down swiftly. OU and Today both forced back, and Trick of China take down control of mid.
Good start for TOC. Today, gonna get pushed back by Imp. Should be going down there. Imp gets the kill indeed, but stops maybe not at the right moment, as the minecart was right about to hit his face and gonna cost him his life. Today barely makes it on the left hand side, and right now White is already on 6 gems so far. That Pam pick has been quite excellent for him. Today also being a Jean lane, which is not something we see every day. It's something that we're seeing more and more, especially on those very open lanes like this. It can do pretty well. We'll see if they can get some good pulls going, as we have 2 supers available for Nova, and they need to use them very well, as White did get slowed. It's going to get marked as well. That could be difference making. Today has the pool, but Imp is low HP, so is Today. Imp wins the fight. Imp finds OU as well, and I don't know why they're all pushing the Sandy in that sandstorm, but that just did not seem like the right move. The pool will save the day for now, though. But still, 9 gems and 10, in fact, as White actually picks the one that Goodnight just dropped.
I wonder if it was intentional or it was Goodnight just making the emergency escape. Whatever it may be, White is in a vulnerable position. All 3 members of Nova are trying to get to all of these gems, but Goodnight is actually slowing them down and preventing them from picking them up. Imp and White are trying to get the pinch onto Nova here. Today is slowed down and gets knocked once by the minecart, but he's not ready to fall just yet. Imp also has that sandstorm ready. Today trying to take down White, and now it's a 3v2 versus Trick of China. They just want 1 gem here. Goodnight is trying to put an end to it, but no, the gem spawns just a fraction of a second too late, and it is going to be Trick of China to take this first game.
Yeah, I was already not entirely sure if it would spawn in time. I feel like they maybe just miscounted a little bit or underestimated the time for the gem to spawn. Because if you look, so this is the countdown they first interrupt. We'll see once they get back to middle control. 8 seconds left, and I think gem 9 barely spawns there. Yeah, it's 7 seconds left. That's very close, and I don't know, I would not have been comfortable taking that risk. Didn't spawn in the end. Oh, did it? Yeah, it did. It did spawn right on top of him, just not in time for him to pick it up. Well, that's very unfortunate for Nova Esports. Yeah, that's the kind of games that you are very, very sad to lose. And now especially, it's set point for Trick of China. They're just a game away from pushing things to set 5 and potentially have a reverse sweep against Nova Esports score.
And it's absolutely shocking because Nova Esports, they lost that last game from a position of confidence because they are making a calculated play there, but it just turned out to be a little bit miscalculated and it cost them the game. In one more game like that, and they are going to allow Trick of China to take them to set number 5. So Nova Esports, I mean, they have shown pretty much every step of the way that they are a cut above Trick of China, but it's just these tiny little micro plays that seem to be costing them the game, whether it's choosing a comp that is not very successful or, you know, making a split second difference on that gem spawn. So Nova now got to play a lot less risky.
Yeah, I think so too. They need to be very careful because it can go very fast from here on. We'll see similar comp on the side of Nova, bringing the Terra on today, which is a bit of an interesting choice, I think, for Minecart Madness. I do like the spike pick quite a bit from Trick of China. I'm still not entirely convinced by Pam mid, but it did work out in the previous game, so I'll give Trick of China the benefit of the doubt, as right now they are going to be dealing with that cactus, getting a nice shot onto White as well. Quite a bit of damage coming through, but in the end, it's a team wipe in favor of Trick of China.
Wow, Trick of China with the 6 gem lead so far. They got Goodnight chilling with 6 gems. There's the super as well, but major damage rolling out from OU. OU looks to pick up the kill, and there it is. Aspartame, OU, and Today now got to push up. White looks to keep up the defense, and he is able to pick up a good number of gems. Minecart is going to interrupt the Nova Esports offense, but there is the black portal. Goodnight doesn't get taken down though, and once again these gems are just inaccessible for Nova over on the left lane. Goodnight's going to be able to pick him up again. Imp taken down, but it just seems like Nova Esports keeps on getting denied by this minecart at the worst times.
Yeah, close game here as Nova Esports just barely take the lead now. The healing station is gonna get poisoned until it is destroyed by Aspartame, but a nice kill from White on the left-hand side is going to give 2 extra gems to Trick of China. There's number 10 right ahead of them. Jump in from Aspartame, but it's not nearly going to be enough to find any kills. I'm not sure if he ran out of slows or just didn't decide to use his gadget there, but that could turn around this game as Trick of China are 5 seconds away from the win. Pull onto Goodnight. Can they find a kill? They will. It's going to interrupt the countdown, but still only 6 gems, 7 on Nova Esports, and they definitely need to take down White once more if they want to stop this countdown. I'm not sure, actually. Could they stop it? I don't think so. Yeah, they need the kill on White, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, and they are going to be able to reset that countdown, but Trick of China are able to pick up all of these gems, or at least as many gems as they need. There is the minecart, and that is going to stop Nova's push into the enemy side of the map. Today is not going to be able to get around in time, and Trick of China will be 2-0ing in Nova in set number 4, and if Trick of China win in set number 5, they will have locked in their World Finals spot with the Grand Finals win.
So much on the line here for Trick of China. They're still looking, incredible in the first place to qualify for Worlds. Right now, it's looking like they might even qualify tonight, which would be quite impressive here, especially if that means taking down a Nova Esports. Impressive plays from Trick of China. Let's see if they can go all the way as we move on to set number 5 as our decider between Nova Esports and Trick of China.
Yeah, it is going to be an amazing match here. Next game is going to result in a match point for game number 2, no matter which way it goes. The question is, in favor of whom? This is a win streak so far for Trick of China, and it's very, very favorable for them. Let's look at White here, mostly picking Pam and getting good mid control. Just really, more than anything, establishing a presence at mid. Not necessarily getting the kills, not necessarily getting loads of damage, just being there, getting a super, and maintaining a position, picking up most of the gems and sitting on them. That is the name of the game here on Minecart Madness.
Yeah, I mean, especially facing a Bell, you have twice the HP. As long as you deal at least half of the damage than the Bell is, you're gonna be dealing more damage to HP ratio wise, if that makes any sense. But here we go. Backyard Ball is gonna be our decider for this match, set number 5. And honestly, I don't see too much of a more beautiful way of qualifying for Trick of China than by reverse sweeping Nova Esports in the finals of a monthly final. I think that would definitely be the best way to go for them, being able to qualify for Worlds, like be 100% sure to be attending Worlds, and secondly, taking down Nova China in a reverse sweep and winning their first monthly final. That's all what is on the line here for Trick of China. They are hungry for that win. Nova Esports, they want to keep that perfect track record of this year where they didn't drop a single match. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a single match, and they haven't dropped a single grand finals either. They're going to be bringing out the Leon in combination with OU here. It's a strong combo, and Trick of China are not going to be employing that, but they are going to be pushing up nonetheless. Let's hope, for the sake of Trick of China, that it is not unwarranted. OU takes some damage. Aspartame avoiding those spikes for the most part. OU definitely feeling the effects of Pam, though. Good night. Pops down the life plant. Aspartame is able to dispose of it swiftly. Healing goes to Good night and White, but they are down a life plant. They haven't really made much progress towards Nova's goal.
Trick of China now on a slightly more aggressive side, looking to push forward. Super, maybe not in an ideal position. It still leaves a lot of space and angles available for Nova Esports defense, but Imp is a nice shot. Is going to find a kill onto OU. Is very low HP and marked, so definitely wants to fall back and slow things down a bit, heal back up, as today wants to try to get an opening on the left hand side, perhaps on Imp. Gonna connect a shot on White from OU as well, and right now Trick of China and Nova in a bit of a stalemate, fighting for that mid control and trying to get some supers to maybe gain an advantage.
Nova Esports still continue pushing up. OU with the super, is it going to find a target? Well, OU did find the kill on Imp. White still trying to push in versus OU, and Aspartame over here on the right. Lollipop drop is going to meet its demise in the hands of very spiky Circle. Good Night continues pushing up versus Aspartame. He's invisible, but not in the eyes of Good Night, as he keeps on checking around the area. Today meets its demise at the hands of Good Night, and we do have a potential overtime on our hands. It's gonna have to be a Nova push here, otherwise Trick of China are gonna keep up the defense and turn it into OT, and it looks like it just might happen. Imp is slowed down, and Today picks up the kill. Today and OU now pushing up around the left. White trying to keep up the defense. He also has this turret set up on the left, which is going to be great for Imp to keep up the healing and look for that 1v1 versus OU. He is outranged, but if he is able to get the dodges, it won't really matter. Also, you have Overgrowth at play here, and OU is going to be really feeling it now. White gets a little bit of healing. Today gets a little bit of a huge super, and the ball on Nova Esports side. It is going to be a score for Today, and that is the match point for Nova.
Good stuff from Nova. At the moment where it matters the most, they were able to perform here, getting that match point and just cranking up that pressure onto Trick of China. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a heartbreaking game to lose, I think, for Trick of China, especially since it came down to overtime. And after such a long comeback, being straight up, you know, in trouble again. So pressure is definitely rising here for Trick of China. They need to win the next game, otherwise it's going to be yet another monthly final to go in the hands of Nova Esports.
I would say that is entirely likely that we see it once again, but Trick of China, I'm still hopeful. I mean, they have fought their way out of the domination from Nova Esports at many opportunities throughout this match, and I think that is very realistic that they get this next game. I think it comes down to a comp change. I wasn't really, vibing with the Sprout there. It wasn't really working for me. It had a tough time versus Crow right there up at the end of the game, especially Pro with the super is going to be able to do so much versus Sprout. So that small adjustment right there could net a bit of a more even match in favor of Trick of China.
Yeah, personally, I don't mind the Sprout matchup, but of course, if it comes down to overtime, it's going to be a nightmare. And it did come down to overtime, so nightmare it was for Trick of China. But here we have it, match point for Nova Esports, and Trick of China are going aggressive from the get-go. Today and OU took quite a bit of damage on the right-hand side. Aspartame looking for Imp is going to get that kill, and in fact, it's going to be a team wipe in favor of Nova, pushing up now and seizing control of the top side of the map.
Good Night still trying to push out here on the right lane. Has that super ready to go. Today, though, still keeps up the pressure and forces Good Night back into the right corner. Good Night making a bit of an advancement up towards the left side. Could get pinched by OU and Today, but that super is going to lock down the middle lane. Also want to talk about Imp here with that Mr. P pick. It's not going to really do much for him, unfortunately, until he gets that Porter out, which he does finally have, but you can tell he's not super confident that they're going to be able to get this defense. And, well, now that Porter goes down, and it is going to work pretty well for Trick of China to be able to push out of their spawn. There's the turret from White. White is going to trip this Bear Trap, though, and feels that damage amp to the face from OU. Takes some major damage. Good Night also trying to push out from the right side, but Nova Esports, they continue locking things down. Aspartame has the super, and he is going to be finding a little hidey hole to heal up and then use the super, or perhaps not. He'll use it in an emergency scenario to heal up.
And super in the center from Good Night, trying to buy some more time. White is very low HP, but so is Today. It's a one-on-one trade as both Pams end up going down, and that should keep things rather slow for now as we get closer and closer to overtime. Going to be a good opportunity to open things up. Would be a bit of an interesting matchup as well, as a lot of those brawlers have their own advantages and disadvantages moving on to overtime. We'll see which ones are able to shine just a bit more. and 5 seconds left. Overtime is creeping its way up. Good night. It's very low HP. Goes down. That could be used as OU as a charge shot. No one is in front of it. And that's it.
Ooh.
Nova Esports take the goal, take the win, and yet another monthly final going their way. They are going to be your August champions for the monthly finals of August here in mainland China.
Well done there by Nova Esports, once again claiming their victory and continue their streak of not dropping a single match, though Trick of China did absolutely bring them to their knees at multiple points, possible match points left and right. Though, here's some highlights from our exhilarating last match. Trick of China, they had a rough start. We were not feeling that Moreton. Nova was not really feeling it either. They were dominating Trick of China to start things off. Even in set number 2, Nova Esports grabbed a nice lead, even though there were some poor moments today. Unfortunately, was not able to get that 2% damage on the Ike, but they brought it back nonetheless, Teddy.
Yeah, they definitely did so, and that was a nice set for Nova Esports. This was the first match point, actually, or the second match point rather, for Nova Esports, with the first set where they had match points. 2 of them both fought off valiantly by Trick of China, able to deal with all that aggression from Nova Esports, and Gem Grab was quite a convincing affair for Trick of China as well. Set number 4 did go their way with some smart comes and outplays, but Brawl is where Nova Esports truly shined in this match, where they were able to take a 2-0 victory to secure the match and tournament here for Nova Esports. And it did go to overtime in both games, but in the second game it only took about 2 seconds in overtime to close things out. And there you have it. Nova Esports are your champions once more here in mainland China.
And take a look at OU. We've had our eye on him the entire game. 40% of the team damage, and I even dared call him a bit of a carry here. Take a look at the KDR as well, 2.3 to 1.2. He has that dominating performance on the field, as well as a persistent one as well. Rarely dying, in fact, an average of roughly 1 death per game, and that is remarkable. I wish I could be in OU's position. I think I die like 10 times per game, or at least that's what it feels like, Teddy.
You are pretty bad at the game, ReddySet. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Just kidding. No, but yeah, for sure. I mean, beast performance from him and from Nova in general. Like we are just used to see, to be honest. And it's not the biggest surprise that they win. I think it was still a bit surprising in the way they won and how close that match was. But overall, for Nova, it's just routine at this point. You know, winning monthly finals, literally like it's breakfast.
Yeah, pretty much just eating the enemies for breakfast. Y'all, we're going to be bringing back Ark now, and we'll get his thoughts on what just happened. Ark, we almost saw Trick of China take the victory and cement their world final spot, but we see El Clasico from this region. Nova Esports once again taking the win.
I mean, you know, I kind of felt like it could have been Trick of China's month. Honestly, they played so well. They're responsible for a lot of the sets dropped. Nova Esports have only dropped 10 sets this entire year in monthly finals, but 6th time lucky. Nova just continue their reign on not just this region, but the entirety of the BSC, because no other team has done this across the entire spectrum, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Teddy, both of our grand finalists had spectacular advancements through the bracket today. Of course, Nova Esports, they took the win today, but I mean, both teams had such amazing journeys through the bracket today.
Oh, they certainly did. Overall, you know, I think Nova performed as we expected. Maybe having some moment of weakness, which we're not really used to see, but they were able to catch up with it a couple of games later, or sometimes even in the same game where they would do such a mistake. And that's, you know, what makes those teams great is they are going to be losing, even the best in the world, but they're able to adapt and they don't take things for granted. They will be grinding, they will be working hard, even if they are already on the top. And this is really the situation that Nova Esports has been this year.
Yeah, Nova Esports definitely topping the leaderboard, though. with our other placements throughout this region, we have seen some trade-offs and some shakeups in terms of points throughout this region. Our Trick of China, they're now in second place, and TIG Origin qualifying for the third spot.
Yeah, at the moment, TIG Origin and Trick of China now, they just need to qualify for the next monthly final. So going to have all eyes on them. Very little that others can do really to contest it. They've just got to be consistent enough to make it through next month for confirming that place at the World Finals.
Yeah, well, we do have a play of the day coming up as well, and I'm curious to hear what you guys thought was the play of the day. Teddy, for you, what was it?
I think it has to be that one. I was hoping this one was coming. Honestly, I would have been heartbroken if it wasn't. As you can see, Spartwall is going to be removed to be replaced there by Secret, but a perfect pull from today is going to open up the walls. A timed shot from OU, and we get even a little bit of a replay here as the ball goes in 3 seconds before the end of this game. The only destruction available is that terror pool that was there for today to clutch things up, and that turned around that game. Usually beautiful stuff there, and overall, yeah, just one of those plays, you know.
It's just absolutely ridiculous stuff, and you know, it's amazing to see how our teams have been performing in this region. But of course, Mainland China is just one of our 7 regions here in the BSC. Let's see, Ark, how things have been shifting in our other regions.
Yeah, so from memory, SK Gaming have already secured their place in World Finals, as well as AC Milan Clash at the moment. Bunker Rock and Reply Totem, Tribe Gaming EU all battling it out for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. As we know today, Nova Esports have secured not only a place in the World Finals, but also the top #1 spots. They cannot be knocked off now. Trick of China and TIG Origin will have to wait and see next month how they fare. Navi as well, having a fantastic month. Team Flash also took a bit of a loss for a surprising first time round, but still have had a really dominant year. Queen Nai, Zeta Division had a fantastic day. Well, not so much today, but they have still qualified nonetheless. STMN, Tribe Gaming, Affiliate Latam, and INTZ all doing fantastically well as well.
Yeah, and those are your world finalists for now, but we still have a couple of months left to decide who those final spots are going to belong to. Stay tuned for LATAM South. It is coming up tomorrow at 4 p.m. BRT. So make sure you are here on Twitch or YouTube to stay in tune and keep updated with how things are shaking up in the LATAM South region. We have seen some of our top teams currently trading off, and you know, some other teams have been advancing up the ranks. You can find me there for LATAM South, and I would love to have y'all there. But as far as Mainland China goes, Ark, any final thoughts?
Just incredibly exciting to see things evolve today, and for Nova to continue holding on. And a huge thank you to all the players, all the teams, coaches, of course, mods in the chat, the viewers in the chat, and massive shout out to Supercell, PGL, all working tirelessly hard in the background. So many people that really have to come together to put on productions like this. So unsung or silent heroes, I like to call them, in the background, all working very, very hard indeed.
Yeah, super grateful for everyone who tunes in and for everyone who works behind the scenes, especially our cast here. Teddy, you as well. Any final thoughts?
I think Ark summarized my internal thoughts very, very well. So yeah, not really too much to add. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you, ReddySet, as well, for joining me and Ark, obviously, too. Special mention to ReddySet as well, that has been on for a long time. So did Ark, to be fair, but ReddySet was a bit unplanned. So yeah, we do appreciate it very much, and you guys did an absolutely terrific job as usual.
Yeah, and of course, I'm subbing in for Falcone today, so make sure to share Falcone some get well soon wishes. He is feeling a bit under the weather, and that is why he was not here today, so do please make sure you wish him well. Y'all, that does it for Mainland China. This has been ReddySet, Ark, Teddy, and Brawl Esports. We'll see you for LATAM South tomorrow at 4 p.m. BRT, but until then, have an awesome day.
Mm-hmm.